Test, test, testing, test. this off.
Supervisor Lee, would you like to do a mic check?
Can I do a quick mic check?
We can hear you.
Great, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Today is August 26th. Welcome to our meeting at the Board of Supervisors. And today I will be your chair as our president is participating online. And you will hear from him throughout the meeting. So just to get us started, I'm going to ask our clerk to please take roll.
Supervisor Abekoga.
Here.
Supervisor Jung. Here. Supervisor Ellenberg.
There, technically. I'm here.
Vice President Arenas.
Me too.
President Lee.
Good morning, President.
You have a quorum.
Wonderful. And I will ask Supervisor Young to help us get started on the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please stand if you're able. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Wonderful. We are going to move right along into our invocation by Zimar Pina Sanchez, and I'll hand it over to Supervisor Ellenberg.
Give me just a minute to open my computer. Apologies.
No worries. While you find that, I will offer our in-chambers interpretation. Would like our interpreters, folks to know that we are able to translate. So if you need that service, please let us know. Si necesitan servicio de interpretación, por favor, nos hacen saber que tenemos ese equipo disponible. Gracias.
All right, I've got it together now. Thank you, everyone. Good morning. It is my privilege to introduce today's invocator, Zemar Pina Sanchez, a resource specialist with Parents Helping Parents. Through her work, Zemar supports families navigating the challenges of disability, connecting them with essential resources, and dedicating her time, energy, and talent to this work, for whom it is personal, as Zemar is the mother of a son with a disability. This morning, she'll share her reflections on the importance of equity, accessibility, and building a stronger disability community. And at a time when federal funding cuts threaten critical programs and families face growing uncertainties, her words will remind us why it is vital to stand together and build a community where every individual has the opportunity to thrive. Please join me in warmly welcoming Zemar up to the podium.
Thank you, Supervisor Ellenberg. Thank you. Good morning, Honorable Supervisors, and thank you for the opportunity to share this invocation. My name is Zemar Pina. I am an immigrant, a Latina, and the proud mother of a wonderful young man who lives with autism and intellectual disabilities. When my son was young, I didn't know how to help him. Organizations like Parents Helping Parents guided me. That experience taught me something lasting. When a community shares knowledge, lift one another up, and commit to inclusion, no family walks alone. Each day, I am grateful to work at PHP. It's my way of giving back, serving families like mine. I see their hopes and their struggles as they navigate education, healthcare, public benefits, and daily life. I also know from my own journey that disability doesn't not disappear with time. It evolves. Children with disabilities grow into adult and into elder, and at every stage, support remains essential. Today, as we gather, I invite us to remember those whose voices are not always heard, individuals with disabilities and their families. May our decision always reflect compassion, equity, and a vision of true belonging. May we measure our community's strength not only in innovation or achievement, but in the dignity and opportunity we extend to all. Let us continue building a county where no one is left behind, a place where every person, no matter their abilities, has a voice, has a place, and a future of respect and possibility. Honorable Supervisor, thank you for your support and commitment. And now I'm going to speak in Spanish. Buenos días, supervisores. Muchas gracias por la oportunidad para compartir esta invocación. Mi nombre es Zemar Pina, soy inmigrante, soy latina y soy la orgullosa madre de un maravilloso joven que vive con autismo y con discapacidad intelectual. Cuando mi hijo estaba pequeño, yo no sabía cómo ayudarlo, pero organizaciones como Parents Helping Parents me ayudaron. Esta experiencia me enseñó que algo muy importante, cuando una comunidad comparte su conocimiento, nadie es dejado atrás y nos comprometemos en la inclusión, por lo que ninguna familia camina sola. Cada día estoy agradecida de trabajar en PHP. Es mi forma de retribuir a la comunidad, sirviendo a familias como la mía. Yo veo sus esperanzas y sus dificultades y ayudo a que naveguen en los sistemas de educación, salud, beneficios públicos y en las actividades de la vida diaria. También sé por mi propio viaje que las discapacidades no desaparecen, estas evolucionan. Y los niños con discapacidades se convierten en adultos y también en personas mayores. Y en cualquier etapa el apoyo es esencial. Hoy los invito a que recordemos a todas esas voces de los que no son siempre escuchados, las personas con discapacidades y sus familias. Que nuestras decisiones reflejen compasión, equidad y la visión de una verdadera pertenencia. No solo medimos las habilidades o las fortalezas de nuestra comunidad en innovación o en el alcance de objetivos, también en la dignidad y la oportunidad que les tendemos a todas las personas. Vamos a continuar construyendo un condado fuerte, donde nadie sea dejado atrás, un lugar donde cada persona, sin importar sus habilidades, tenga un lugar, una voz y un futuro de respeto y posibilidades. Gracias por su apoyo y por estar aquí para nosotros. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, señora Piña.
Thank you. We are now moving on to adjournments. This is item number 4, and I will look to my colleague, Supervisor Yoon.
Thank you, Vice President. Dear colleagues and members of the public, today we adjourn in memory of Madame Maria Theresa Bui Thuy Van, the beloved wife of General Nguyen Quoc Binh, former commander of the National Police of the Republic of Vietnam. Madame Bui Thuy Van was a devoted wife, a loving mother and grandmother, and a source of strength for her family and community. Throughout her husband's long military service, she stood firmly by his side with dignity, courage, and compassion. She was known for her deep love for her family and her dedication to raising her children and grandchildren with care and guidance. She also carried herself with warmth and generosity, touching the lives of many in our community. Her passing is a profound loss, not only for her family, but also for the Vietnamese American community here in Santa Clara County. General Nguyen Quoc Binh, who is 95 years old, cannot be here with us today, but he is watching remotely. On behalf of the County of Santa Clara, I extend our heartfelt condolences to him and to his entire family. May Madame Bui Thuy Van rest in eternal peace, and may her memory continue to inspire her family and our community. Kính thưa quý vị, hôm nay thay mặt cho Hội đồng Giám sát viên quận hạt Santa Clara, Betty xin được văn ưu và tưởng niệm bác Maria Theresa Bui Thuy Van, phu nhân của Thiếu tướng Nguyễn Khắc Bình, Tư lệnh Cảnh sát Quốc gia Việt Nam Cộng Hòa. Bà là người vợ hiền, người mẹ, người bà mẫu mực, luôn âm thầm đứng sau, nâng đỡ và chăm lo cho gia đình và tất cả tình thương và sự hy sinh lặng lẽ. Trong suốt thời gian dài chồng phục vụ trong quân ngũ, bà vẫn kiên cường, đồng hành, chan hòa và khiêm nhường. Dù là phu nhân của một vị tướng lãnh, bà vẫn sống đời giản dị và giàu lòng quảng đại. Bà để lại cho gia đình và cộng đồng một di sản tinh thần quý giá về sự khiêm nhường, hy sinh và tình thương bao la. Sự ra đi của bà để lại niềm tiếc thương sâu sắc, không chỉ cho gia đình mà còn cho cả cộng đồng người Việt tại quận hạt Santa Clara. Vì tuổi đã cao, không tiện đi lại, Thiếu tướng Nguyễn Khắc Bình không thể có mặt tại đây hôm nay. Thay mặt quận hạt Santa Clara, con xin thành kính van ưu cùng Thiếu tướng và toàn thể Tân Quyến. Nguyện xin Chúa đón nhận linh hồn bác gái vào nước hàng sống và xin cộng đồng tiếp tục nâng đỡ, sẻ chia cùng gia đình. The last thing I'll say about Madame Maria Theresa Bui Thuy Van and her husband is that she welcomed many aspiring electeds and community organizers in her living room and her kitchen, giving advice over the decades. She and her husband were married for more than 70 years upon her passing, being her first love, her only love, and her last love. And I know that her memory will continue to inspire so many of those she touched. Thank you.
Thank you. We are now going to move into public comment, and this portion of the meeting is reserved for persons that are desiring to address the board on any matter that's not on the agenda today. So members of the public in the chambers, you please should fill out the yellow card that's in the back and hand it to our clerk. And then folks who are attending virtually, please click the raise hand button to request to speak in Zoom, or press 9 to request to speak. So we will check in with our clerk. As you all very well know, if you've been attending our meetings, that if there's any speakers fewer than 5, we will allow 3 minutes. From 5 to 15, it's 2 minutes, and from 15 and up, it is 1 minute, and then we will reduce it to 30 seconds if we see it's a large crowd. So I'm going to check in with Curtis, our clerk, and ask him to indicate how many speakers we have in person as well as virtual.
Looks like I have 11 in chambers, 3 on Zoom, and I believe we have 1 coming in from the back right now.
If my math, I think that's 14?
That would be 15.
15, okay. So we will go ahead and stay with 2 minutes, and if you can begin to call those folks up, that would be
Very
great.
good. I will call our in-chamber speakers first, and we are closing the queue at this time. We'll call names in batches of 5. Please come up in any order. We have Jose Abastida, Marcela Amezcua, Refugio Torres, Maria Nayera, and Sar Moiwa. Thank you.
Buenos días a todos. Me llamo Refugio. Trabajo en McDonald's en San José. Los entrenamientos de Conoce tus derechos me ayudaron a saber qué hacer después de que mi jefe me cortó las horas al contratar nuevos trabajadores. Me cortó las horas de como 36 a casi 19 semanales sin aviso ni motivo, la cual fue en represalia por haber defendido mis derechos. Pero en un entrenamiento de Conoce tus derechos con la Unión, me enteré de la oportunidad de trabajar. Ahora presenté una segunda queja y poco a poco me están devolviendo las horas. Gracias a nuestros supervisores del condado por escuchar las preocupaciones de los trabajadores. Me alegra que compartamos el mismo objetivo de crear empleos justos para todos en Santa Clara. Gracias por escucharme. Buen día.
Good morning, my name is Refugio and I work in McDonald's San Jose. I went to different trainings for Know Your Rights, and this let me know that my boss was shortening my shifts from 36 to 19 hours little by little, because he was hiring other new workers. There was not a previous notice and there was not a reason. This was because I wanted to defend my rights. And I attend to this training of Know Your Rights together that were given to the union, and this was opportunity for different workers. Now I already submitted my second complaint, and little by little, I'm getting my hours back. So thanks to the supervisors of this county, thank you for listening to the workers' concerns, and I'm very happy to share that little by little I'm getting to get my hours back. So thank you for have fair jobs for all in Santa Clara, and thank you for listening.
Buenos días, me llamo Marisela y trabajo en McDonald's en San José. Primero quiero agradecer a la Junta de Supervisores por creer en nuestras historias y valorar nuestras voces. Les agradecemos profundamente su labor por crear entrenamientos sobre nuestros derechos. Creo que estos entrenamientos pueden ayudar a crear lugares de trabajo justos, porque cuando desconocemos nuestros derechos, creemos todo lo que el jefe dice. La experiencia nos enseña que las intenciones de los jefes no siempre son justas. Guardan silencio y no nos dicen qué beneficios o protecciones o derechos existen cuando tenemos un accidente laboral. Eso me pasó el año pasado cuando me lesioné en el trabajo. Sufrí una lesión en la mano y le pedí a mi jefe que me ayudara a solicitar la compensación laboral, pero no lo hizo. Pero como conocí mis derechos, estaba en el sindicato, sabía que mi jefe tenía que informarme sobre los beneficios pagados por los trabajadores, como la licencia por discapacidad, así que hablé y me defendí. Conozco mis derechos, pero muchos trabajadores de comida rápida no los conocen. Los trabajadores necesitan conocer sus derechos porque marcar la diferencia, mi historia es un ejemplo de la diferencia que puede marcar. Me alegra que estemos trabajando para crear un entrenamiento sobre Conoce tus derechos para los trabajadores de comida rápida. Gracias por preocuparse por nuestros derechos, especialmente durante estos tiempos difíciles en los que el gobierno federal viola nuestros derechos fundamentales. Gracias.
Good morning, my name is Marisela, and first of all, I would like to thank you because of these trainings of know your rights, and I would like to thank especially to the Board of Supervisors because they believe in our stories and they hear our voices. Thank you very, very much for creating these trainings and also for creating fair jobs. I didn't know my rights, and usually when we don't know our rights, we believe everything our boss is saying. And because of our previous experience, I know bosses are not always fair. They keep in silence and they don't let us know our rights or our rights for protection. And once I got hurt in my job and I asked for help to my boss, but he didn't help me. This is an example for last year. So now I know my rights together with the union, and I also got to know the different disability license I was able to have, and I was able to defend myself. I know my rights, but many people don't know them. And this is a very good example of how this story may be different from other people's, and that it made a difference for me also. Thank you for sharing these trainings to the fast food workers. Thank you for being with us, especially during these hard times that the federal government is violating our rights. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Muy buenos días. Soy María Nájera y trabajo en McDonald's. Estoy aquí para expresar mi gratitud a la Junta de Supervisores por su labor en la creación de capacitaciones sobre conocer sus derechos para los trabajadores de restaurantes de comida rápida. Creo que necesitamos más trabajadores estén informados sobre sus derechos, ya que presenté una denuncia por discriminación, pero mi jefe hizo muy poco para detener el acoso. El acoso continúa hoy en día, pero para mí es muy discreto y confuso saber que se considera ilegal. Por eso creo que es hora de que capacitemos a los trabajadores para que comprendan sus derechos. Solo nosotros los trabajadores podemos exigir responsabilidades a nuestros jefes, exigiendo respeto, pero necesitamos saber cuáles son nuestros derechos y cómo ejercerlos. Necesitamos capacitación presencial donde podamos escuchar las preguntas y experiencias de otros trabajadores. Gracias por tomar en serio nuestras preocupaciones. Agradezco su liderazgo y atención a los trabajadores de comida rápida. Gracias.
Good morning, my name is Mariana and I work in McDonald's. First of all, thank you to the supervisors for creating these trainings or for knowing your rights for fast food workers. I believe that many workers need to be informed. I suffer from discrimination, but I denounce this and my boss did very little to stop this continuous harassment that I'm still suffering today, but it is very important to know that this is not legal. I think that these trainings for workers are very essential. We all need to know our rights, and it's us workers that need to demand our rights. We need to know how our bosses should be accountable for everything, and also to demand for respect. We need to know our rights again, and also we need to have more face-to-face trainings. We need to listen to others. We need to listen to others' questions, and also we need to listen to what we all what we all have to say. Thank you, supervisors, for listening to all of us, and thank you for creating this fast food workers training.
I can call up a few more names. We have Joaquin Serrano, Robert Mayorka, Daniel Peters, Roberto Terrequez.
Hello, supervisors. My name is Jose Luis Sabastida, and I am the proud political organizer for this fantastic group of people that we have here. If you can take a look at the workers, they brought out some illustrations today to show you. Beautiful. So oftentimes, supervisors, you guys are up here and you get asked for various things. You're getting asked to save the country from an administration that doesn't support us. You're getting asked to save a hospital. You're getting asked, to balance a budget. And I just want to say thank you. I know it's hard. I know that, pressure comes from all over the places. But today, I'm not here to ask anything. Just to let you know, thank you. We look forward to working with y'all. And thank you for listening to the workers. I hope you guys have a great week. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, board members and county leaders. My name is Joaquin Serrano, and I've been a Protective Services officer for nearly 26 years. PSOs and sheriff PSOs have the same authority and perform the same duties every day: patrolling, responding to emergencies, de-escalating confrontations, protecting staff, patients, and the public in high-risk environments. There will be no Sheriff Protective Services Division if not for HSS Protective Services. We were the foundation. Despite doing comparable work, PSOs are paid significantly less and denied equal opportunities. This is not just unfair, it violates the county's charter, which requires equal opportunity, pay commensurate with comparable work, and classification based on actual duties. Our union contract and California's Equal Pay Act both affirm equal pay for equal work. The only difference between PSOs and SPSOs is the job title, not the risk, not the responsibility, and not the commitment. We ask this board to initiate a classification study, correct the pay disparity, and ensure equal access to assignments. Doing so will honor fairness, compliance, and the values this county stands for. Thank you.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Robert Mallorca. I've served this small community in the hospital for about 20 years, PMC. Just to pick it back on my brother right here, we're requesting that you guys do a review on our pay. We do the same job as the new job that was created back in 23. We've been serving the hospital for about since 1967, and we're still doing the same job since then. Thank you.
Morning, I'm Officer Peters, Valley Medical, for 13 years faithfully, and in our job we go to very hot spots, as many of you know, from EPS to BAP, as well as ER, and we were lucky enough to have people support us. There's over 100 signatures here. They understand what we do every day, we bring. I'm not sure. I've been told that the reason why we don't get this is because of the lack of training that we have that the Sheriff's Department has provided for the new SPSOs. From my understanding, the policies and procedures were copied straight out of our book that they would be taught at the academy. So I find it hard to believe what's the difference between maybe just getting pepper sprayed or getting your 832, which they needed to do. I'm asking you to maybe look into that and see what's the difference and why we're not getting the same pay, because they've done nothing that I've seen that they were trained that's different from what we do. And we provide support for them as far as our experience and anything that they need from us to make their job easier and better. I just want to say I enjoy working at Valley Medical, and I enjoy my job. And that's why I took pride in being a PSO and not going over to the Sheriff's Department, because I believe in what we do. And thank you for your time.
Going to call up a few more names. Charles Avila, Mark Trout, Michael Boer, and then last call for Sar Moiwa.
Hello, Supervisors. My name is Roberto Tariquez, and I would like to bring to your attention the unjust pay to our Valley Medical Center Protective Services officers. When the Sheriff's Department took over the Protective Services Department at Valley Medical Center and started a new group of Sheriff Protective Service officers, they started paying the Sheriff Protective Service officers 10% more than the original Protective Services officers like myself. Yet we do the exact same work. This is unjust, unfair, and demoralizing. Not only do we conduct the exact same work, but we have less benefits like bidding for other places to work, like St. Louis Hospital, later on maybe O'Connor, and later on Regional Valley Medical Center. Also, the clinics that we've been working there for decades, we may not be able to bid for them as well. We also have not been offered the opportunity to work 10 or 12-hour work days as Sheriff Protective Service officers. Also, the Sheriff Protective Service officers, after working there for just 2 years, they've been given the opportunity to have weekends off, where my partners, they've been working there for decades, and they don't have that opportunity to bid for weekends, only very few of us. I have probably worked for nearly 22 years as a Protective Service officer serving Valley Medical Center and all Valley health clinics. It is wrong for the county to pay less to a loyal employee of decades than a new employee to do the exact same job. Morale is low amongst my colleagues. We respectfully ask for your help for PSOs to have equal pay for equal work. It will make a big difference to PSOs and their families financially, and more importantly, ensure that fairness is practiced. Thank you.
Good morning, board members. My name is Charles Avila. I've been with the Protective Service officers for about 5 years. Alongside my colleagues, I've dedicated myself to ensuring the safety and security of the county, facilities, employees, and the public. In the last 2 years, the county has contracted with the Sheriff's Department to provide services that we Protective Service officers have been providing the county for decades. These Protective Service officers perform the same duties that we, the original Protective Service officers, continue to carry out every day. They patrol the same buildings, respond to the same incidents, emergencies, and bear the same responsibilities. The only difference is pay. Sheriff Protective Service officers are making significantly more than us for the exact same job. That is not just discouraging, it is unfair. Equal work should mean equal pay. We're asking this board to fix the disparity and show that the county values the people who protect it every single day. Thank you.
Wish I could pick up on his minute he's got. Okay, I'd like to talk about Acts 16. And Paul, he was preaching the gospel, and he was thrown in jail, beaten with rods, and he was praying and praising God with Silas, I believe. And then the Lord sent an earthquake and opened the prison doors, and the warden was going to kill himself because he thought everybody escaped. And Paul said, "Do thyself no harm." And he came shaking and trembling and said, "What must I do to be saved?" And he said, "Believe on the Lord Jesus Christ, and you will be saved." And the guy believed, and he got saved. But he made the authorities nervous, and they actually escorted him out when they found out he was a Roman citizen and not an illegal alien, and therefore he had rights that an illegal alien did not have. And so he didn't push it. He said, "Okay, you guys come here, you escort me out, okay? I'm not going to push it, because my job is I want sinners to get saved. I want illegal aliens to get saved. I want Romans to get saved." And so he'd go door to door, knocking on doors, preaching on the streets, telling everybody that Jesus died for their sins and they had to believe in him or they'd be damned. Now, There's 4 people in the Bible that were named before they came. Could there be a 5th? Thou shalt call his name Jesus, for he shall save his people from their sins. John the Baptist, Josiah, Cyrus. I believe there's a 5th. I believe it's Donald Trump. I really do. And he plays his part in 1 Corinthians 15. We are at the time of the end. Behold, I show you a mystery. Not everybody's going to die, but we will all be changed in a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, at the last T-R-U-M-P. Okay, when he made his Easter proclamation, it was 360 sabbatical cycles from the start of the times of the Gentiles, plus 360 months, or 365 months, if we count a month as...
Good morning, Supervisors, Chair Ellenberg. I was a family friend of the Sporers back in elementary school, which is cousins to your husband, Steve. I haven't seen Steve since he was about 10 years old, so I'm just letting you know that. And Supervisor Duong, I met you at the Get in Good Trouble rally at the Cesar Chavez Plaza a few weeks ago. I'm here, you know, this is Labor Day on Monday. This is Labor Week, and these are labor issues that I'm listening to. I thought I was coming here to lobby you guys for the program for the fast food service workers, but it turns out you already have done it. And so I want to congratulate you on doing it. I encourage you to expand the program, to enforce the program, to make sure that these workers get all the rights that they're entitled to. And I want to thank you for standing up for them, and I encourage you to do more if you can, as the organizer had suggested. And, you know, hearing labor issues related to these medical security people. So whatever you can do, I know you got a big budget to deal with, so I encourage you to honor labor, especially this week. And finally, I will be coming to you with a different item in the coming sessions. I talked to Supervisor Duong about that at the rally, and so I look forward to seeing you all again. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Sar Moira, HSA at Santa Clara Valley County Hospital, and 521 Chief Steward for the union. I stand before you today because this issue can no longer be ignored. It is important, crucial, critical that our extra help employees receive clear pathway to permanency. These workers are the backbones of our operations. They show up, they do their work, they hold this county together day to day, day after day. Yet instead of being rewarded with stability, benefit, equal opportunities, they are left in limbos. Extra help employees deserve benefits, job security, and equal opportunity, not uncertainty. Santa Clara County already have codes, already the policies that highlight how to and should be done. The question is not, can this be done? The question is, why isn't it done for our own employees? When deny extra help staff an opportunity for permanency, we send a message that their commitment, hard work are disposable. This is unacceptable. These are not temporary sportages. They are real people, real workers who deserve dignity and fairness. We ask kindly, humbly to the boards to act. Santa Clara County has a stability, the codes, and we think this could be done. I speak from my heart. I have a wife that works in the county. She started working May 5, 2010. Every time she takes the test.
So that concludes the in-person speakers who turned in a card prior to the cutoff. We can move to the Zoom speakers now. Our first speaker on Zoom is Parent.
Yes, hello, good morning to you all. I don't know if you guys had a chance to read the Mercury News yesterday, but there was an article about the NAACP and its president, Sean Allen, that he had asked for a criminal investigation into DFCS's failure to protect baby Phoenix as well as Jordan Walker. Those two children passed away because the county was completely negligent about reports that they were being abused or neglected. And I mean, it seems to me that this county takes the protection of children to be discretionary, optional. I mean, it's terrible what's going on in this county. My own children are being sexually molested, and my son, he's confirmed that my ex-wife was letting somebody rape him, but I can't even get so much as a screening for them. And that's because my former attorney, Valerie Houghton, she's got influence over the county, and she wants the sexual abuse to continue. And she's been indicating that she's going to harm my children. She's been sending me messages about children's hospitals, children being injured, children dying. You just can't put it past her. I mean, she's been assaulting me. There's something wrong with her. And I mean, I don't know what I need to do to protect my kids. I mean, is there not somebody here in this room that can help me protect my kids? This is completely nuts. That this crazy person is threatening to kill my kids or harm them in some way. Please, if there's somebody that can help me, Supervisor Lee has all my contact information. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Chris Harris. Please accept the unmute.
Hi, Board of Supervisors. Yes, my name is Chris Harris, and I have been an RCV, ranked choice voting supporter for 10 years. And I believe that ranked choice voting is a crucial step towards strengthening our democracy by ensuring that more voices are heard and counted. When voters have the ability to rank candidates rather than choosing just one, they are more likely to feel that their vote truly matters, even if their initial choice does not win. This inclusive process has been shown to lead to higher voter engagement, particularly in communities that have historically disengaged or disillusioned by winner-take-all systems. Statistical data supports this, showing that voter turnout in RCV elections is 9% higher than in plurality elections. RCV encourages voters to participate by giving them more say and reducing the fear of a wasted vote. Beyond voter engagement, RCV also encourages candidates to connect with a broader spectrum of voters. Moving beyond their traditional base. To succeed, candidates must build wide, inclusive coalitions rather than solely appealing to a narrow plurality. This ultimately results in more accountable and representative governance as leaders are elected by a majority rather than by a minority with the most financial resources to gain name recognition through advertising. These coalition-driven campaigns better reflect the diversity and complexity of our communities. Now more than ever is vital for Californians to find common ground and unite. In a multifaceted county like Santa Clara, we need a voting system that fosters unity and a shared vision rather than division. Please vote to implement RCV when it comes back before the full board later this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alice.
Hi, I watched your, this is Alice. I watched your August 7 meeting video, and I am shocked to hear 1 out of 4 people in this county is currently under Medi-Cal. How could Silicon Valley, where most of the high tech are invented here with high paying jobs, have 1 out of 4 people require using Medi-Cal? Instead of just blindly trying to levy more tax to fill this hole, I hope Board of Supervisors reflect on how this happened and fix the source first. Consider most people here who work regularly, work at least 60 hours a week already, and Medicaid require able-bodied to work or volunteer only 20 hours a week to stay in the program. That's not that much to ask. So what is the county doing to support able-bodied people on Medicare to get back to work to help themselves stay in the program? Instead of blame, complain, and tax more, I hope county takes steps to encourage able-bodied to work, stop the abuse, and not add additional burden to everybody else. And also, I want to point out, I guess the previous speaker was talking about ranked choice voting. Well, it's all great. Statistics is all great until you see the reality. It's ugly. Okay, it's vote splitting in steroid. It's very rife for error, and this county people in this county does not support it. So I would totally encourage this county to review the actual facts and not marketing material from the lobbyists and decide on something that this county doesn't want. And frankly, this county cannot afford ranked choice voting. You guys are already in the hole. So please don't waste money on something that is unproven. Actually, it's proven that's not to work in Oakland and in San Francisco and all the county that used it. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. That concludes our Zoom speakers. We do have one more card in chambers for Jaime Iglesias.
We can go ahead and hear him out.
Thank you.
Very much. Buenos días, primeramente a todos. Mi nombre es Jaime P. Iglesias. Yo trabajo para San Luis Regional Hospital, South County, en Kilroy. Tengo 20 años trabajando para 3 diferentes compañías. La última es Santa Clara, que es el condado que tomó el hospital en el que estoy trabajando. Ahorita tengo casi 6 años trabajando para ellos como extra help, pero no estoy hablando por mí mismo, estoy hablando por más de 1,000 empleados que están como extra helps. También tenemos otro sistema que tiene el condado, que es trabajar como provisional. Al trabajar como provisional, uno firma por cierta cantidad de tiempo, aunque uno es extra help. Si uno cubre a alguna persona que sufre accidente o tenga que salir del sistema por un tiempo, uno firma para ser provisional. Tengo esos años ya como extra help con el condado, pero tengo uno como provisional. Quisiera saber cuál es el siguiente paso que yo tengo que hacer para poder calificar para ser coded. Porque una de las cosas que pone el condado es de que uno tiene que tener certificaciones. Yo tengo las certificaciones y nunca se me ha considerado el tener una posición a la que se llama coded. Soy, entre otras 2 personas, incluyendo mi supervisor, creo que somos 3 personas las que tenemos la certificación como management. Tampoco se me ha considerado, el resto de personas no lo tiene. Hasta ahorita he estado trabajando desde lavar trastes, hacer ensaladas, snacks. Siempre he trabajado con dietas en diferentes hospitales, pero ahora me gustaría saber alguna respuesta por parte inclusive de la persona que es el ejecutivo del condado. ¿Qué respuesta nos daría? Porque yo inclusive tengo algunas semanas nomás para
Gracias.
salir.
Muchas gracias. Voy a pedirle a nuestro ejecutivo que mande a alguien para hablar con usted. Ya terminó su tiempo. Gracias.
Supervisor, are you gonna, oh, got it, okay.
Good morning. My name is Jaime Iglesias, and I work, first of all, I work for St. Louis Royal Hospital and also for other 3 different bosses, and I have been working like this for the Santa Clara County for 20 years, and I have 3 different bosses, as mentioned before. One of them is Santa Clara because they own the hospital that I have been working with. I have been like this for 6 years as an extra help. Our system is also stating that I'm working as a provisional. A provisional means someone that signs for working for a specific time if an employee is having an accident or if a different employee needs to go out of the system for whatever reason, then we sign to be in as a provisional staff. But also I'm considered as extra help. So I would like to know what is the next step to become a coded staff. The county is saying that we need certifications, and I have certifications, but I have been never considered. Together with my supervisor and another employee, in total we are 3 staff that we have the management certification, but we have never been considered. I have work washing dishes, preparing different salads, snacks. In general, I've been working, preparing diets in different hospitals, but I would really like to talk with an administrative staff, an executive staff for the county to know what are the next steps. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think that ends our public comment, correct?
That concludes public comment.
Thank you. Y señora, alguien le va a hablar con usted si se espera un momento. So somebody is going to speak with them from our county exec's office, and we'll follow up. And if they need interpretation, my team is always available. Okay, we are going to move forward. Did you want to make a comment or?
No, Supervisor.
Oh, okay, wonderful. So we are just moving along. This is the time where we're going to talk about our consent calendar. And we do have an item that is a public hearing that's set to be heard no earlier than 10. So that'll be our first item on our agenda. But we're going to go back to consent calendar, and I'm going to ask our clerk to review that, please.
We have a request from administration to hold item numbers 16, 17, and 18 to September 30th, 2025. Item number 16 is to receive report relating to county department's current work and analysis of referral capacity. Item number 17 is to receive report relating to the development of a county strategic plan. And item number 18 is to receive report relating to gender-based violence support services, strategies, and funding. We have a request from administration to hold item number 19 to date uncertain. Item number 19 is to receive report relating to the jail intake process, including health assessments. We have a request from Supervisor Ellenberg to remove item number 33 from the consent calendar to be considered after item number 10. Item number 10 is to approve delegation of authority to the county executive to negotiate, execute, amend, or terminate all legal documents relating to one or more loans in an amount not to exceed $16,450,000 in connection with the funding by Santa Clara County Housing Authority of 91 new affordable housing units and the rehabilitation of 30 existing affordable housing units referred to as Orchard Gardens to be located at 245 West Weddell Drive, Sunnyvale. Item number 33 is to consider recommendations relating to agreement with Abode Services. We have a request from Vice President Arenas to remove item number 50 from the consent calendar. Item number 50 is to consider recommendations relating to the final grand jury report titled Falling Through the Cracks, Failing Santa Clara County's High Needs Youth. We have a correction to item number 80. Possible action A should read as follows. Approve request for appropriation modification number 39, $11 million, transferring funds from capital project 263-CP25025, purchase RMC, to capital project 263-CP26001, RMC emergency department completion, relating to completion of the emergency department expansion construction project at RMC. And that concludes my list.
Wonderful. So I'm going to look to my colleagues and also administration if there's any additional changes to the consent calendar or if I can have a motion on the item.
Oh, no changes.
I'm happy to. You have changes.
I do have a change. I'd like to pull item 57, please, from consent.
Great. Item 57.
Thank you.
Sounds like no other items. We'll hear public comment on this before we continue.
I'm happy to move approval of the consent calendar as amended to remove item 57.
Wonderful.
I'll second the motion. Habe Koga.
Sorry. For public comment, we have one card in chambers. Actually, I believe this might be for item 57. Yes. Okay, so this is actually for item number 57, so we'll take that at that time. Looks like I have one hand raised on Zoom. Looks like we have one speaker.
We'll go ahead and do the 3 minutes.
All right. We will close the queue at this point. Our speaker is Parent. Parent, are you there?
Hello, I'd like to speak to the grand jury report. The grand jury.
Supervisor, this item's been pulled from the consent calendar, so the appropriate time to speak to that item would be when it comes up, not on the consent.
Thank you. This is item 50. I believe
I'm
that's
sorry. I'll wait for that. Thank you.
wonderful. Thank you. It sounds like we have a motion on the floor and an agreement among my colleagues, so I think we will ask Curtis to help us call the vote.
Supervisor Abekoka.
Aye.
Supervisor Jung.
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Vice President Arenas.
Yes.
President Lee.
Aye.
Motion carries with 5.
Oh, there he is. All righty. Okay, so we're going to move on, and this is item 8. This is time certain, 10 a.m., but our public comment took a little bit longer. This is a public hearing for fiscal year 20. This is wrong. Let me see. Oh, no, it is fiscal year 2017 to 2018 annual action plan for community development block grant, lovingly called CDBG, and home investment partnerships program funds. And so because we are on this item, which is a public hearing, we'll have staff present the report, and I'll open up the public hearing. You'll know because I'll gavel. And then we'll open up the item for questions from board members, hear public comment, close the public hearing, and then finally entertain a motion, if you all follow that one. All right, welcome.
Good morning, Vice President Arenas, members of the board. I'm KJ Kaminsky, Director for the Office of Supportive Housing. I'm joined this morning by Natalie Monk, our Housing and Community Development Division Manager, Katrina Anderson, our Community Development Manager, and Hillary Armstrong, Deputy Director for our office. And I'll just give a few introductory comments and hand it off to Natalie. Just as you recall, on June 17th, our office presented the housing financing strategy to the board, and included in that presentation was our strategy to reallocate funds when possible to replace housing bond funding and to allow us to maximize all of our multiple funding sources for housing. This strategy has been very successful, and I just want to note that earlier this month, our county received a tax credit award for 5 projects that were announced, and just last week, one of our projects, the Algarve Apartments, received a Home Key Plus award for over $40 million. And that will create 90 units of supportive housing. Shout out to our housing development team that worked very hard on that application. So the items before you today are part of that financing strategy that has been successful in getting our projects awarded state funds to move them forward. The first one is related to expiring CDBG and home funds that will be reallocated to one of our projects, and Natalie will share the details.
Thank you, KJ.
Item number 8 is a public hearing related to our CDBG and home programs. This is an amendment to our prior fiscal year 2018 annual action plan that's required by HUD for us to use the approximately $200,000 in expiring federal home funds towards the Magnolias Affordable and Supportive Housing Development in Morgan Hill. The county is reprogramming approximately $1.2 million in prior year CDBG funds as well to the Magnolias. This does not require a substantial amendment. On August 12th, the board approved up to $2.75 million in housing bond and No Place Like Home funds to support the acquisition of the property. Using the $1.4 million in CDBG and home funding towards this acquisition will reduce the county's housing bond commitment and make those funds available for another shovel-ready project. That concludes our report. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. I believe now I will gavel in establishing this public hearing. I got my legal nod from Tony, so we will take questions from my colleagues at this point. Any questions? No, okay. Yes, no. All right, so we will hear public comment now. Curtis, take it away.
I have no cards in chambers, and giving a moment for any hands to raise. I have no hands raised on Zoom, so I think we can close the queue with no public comment.
Wonderful. Well, it sounds like we don't have any public comments, but I would love to, I will close the public hearing. That's a sign. And then we'll entertain a motion from my colleagues.
I'd be happy to make a motion to approve, and just want to thank staff for this, doing this, and it's always great to be able to reallocate funds and maximize all the funding, especially in these tight times. Thank you.
I'm happy to second the motion with sincere appreciation as well.
Thank you, and I will also sing you praises. Congratulations, wonderful work, and I think it's a sign when we all don't have anything to say to you other than congratulations, and keep up the really wonderful work. Thank you. All right, Curtis?
Shall I call the vote?
Yes, please.
All right. Supervisor Abekoga?
Aye.
Supervisor Jung?
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Vice President Arenas?
Yes.
President Lee?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Perfect. Now we're going to continue. Thank you so much. We're going to continue with our regular agenda. This is item 9. This is considering recommendations relating to implementing one-time home investment partnership program, American Rescue Plan, home ARP funding from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Welcome.
Thank you. Item number 9 is related to implementing our one-time home ARP funds from HUD. In 2021, the county was awarded approximately $3.6 million in home ARP funding, and we executed the grant agreement in 2022. In June of this year, HUD notified administration that we've been awarded an additional $5,412 in home ARP funds. The recommended actions would ratify the first amendment to the grant agreement with HUD to accept the additional funds. That concludes our report. Happy to take questions.
Thank you. I don't know that I've ever seen an adjustment of that kind. Impressive from our federal government. I am going to ask Curtis to see if there's any public comment.
I have no cards in chambers. Giving a moment for people to raise hands on Zoom. We have no speakers on this item.
I'm surprised. All right, my colleagues, it sounds like they do not have comments or questions, so I will ask them for a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve. Rosal.
Second.
Perfect. Yes, Curtis, please.
Supervisor Abekoga?
Aye.
Supervisor Jung?
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Vice President Arenas?
Yes.
President Lee.
Aye.
Motion carries with 5.
Perfect. We are going to move on to item 10. And this is approving delegation of authority to our county executive to or designate and negotiate, execute, amend, or terminate all legal documents, including but not limited to contracts. And then you can read the rest of the item, which is very long, online. But this has to do with our Orchard Gardens affordable housing development. Once again, welcome.
Thank you. Item number 10 is related to the approval of the proposed Orchard Gardens affordable and supportive housing development in Sunnyvale. County staff is recommending a funding commitment of $16.45 million in 2016 Measure A Affordable Housing Bond funds. This is a project that we previously approved. In early 2024, the previous developer withdrew their application, and the county defunded the project. The Housing Authority now intends to purchase the property, and they submitted a revised funding request to us. With the county's commitment, the project is expected to submit a competitive tax credit application on September 9th. This funding recommendation supports policy direction from the board that was approved on June 17th to strategically reallocate housing funds to fill project gaps and deliver units. The county has approximately $15 million available in Stanford Affordable Housing Funds. We've allocated these projects to the proposed Lot 12 and 3001 El Camino Real projects in Mountain View and Palo Alto, which has freed up housing bond funds for the proposed Orchard Gardens development. This strategic use of funds would allow the county to fund Orchard Gardens without reducing commitments from other projects. And because this is a previously approved project that was defunded but is now shovel-ready, Orchard Gardens qualifies as a priority project for the county's available funding. That concludes my report. Happy to take questions.
Perfect. And before we take questions, I'm going to ask Curtis to see if there's any public comment.
I have no cards in chambers, and we do not seem to have any hands raised on Zoom, so I would say we have no speakers.
Wonderful. And I see that there's no lights lit up for questions or comments, so I will ask my colleagues for a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Wonderful. Curtis.
That is a motion by Ellenberg, second by Yoon. Calling the vote, Supervisor Abekoga.
Aye.
Supervisor Yoon.
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Vice President Arenas.
Yes.
President Lee.
Aye.
There he is.
Motion carries.
Awesome. And I know that what we're going to do next is item 33, as it makes most sense. And so let's go ahead and move into item 33.
Thank you, Vice President Arenas. I pulled this item from consent to ask a few questions, and frankly, I just asked for it to be after item 10 because it involves a lot of the same county staff members who are already here. This item is the agreement with Abode Services. I am absolutely prepared to make a motion to approve the recommended action, but I'm also looking for some additional information, so pulled it for that reason. The report notes that once the BH Connect bundled rates are fully implemented, the temporary financial assistance for housing, the transitional rent, will be available to assertive community treatment, that's ACT, and forensic assertive community treatment, FACT clients. Can you clarify for me why it's limited to these two groups and why full service partnerships, FSP clients, would not also be included given a similarly high level of acuity?
It's okay if I start? Sure. Good morning, Key Lee, Deputy County Executive, here with Megan Wheelahan and Sherry Trout, Behavioral Health Department. On that question, Supervisor, about how to connect, or why we're trying to connect the temporary and permanent housing assistance offered here with ACT and FACT only, I think there's sort of a couple components to this. One is, of course, you may recall that most of our direct housing assistance administered through Abode is really connected to these intensive outpatient services.
Right.
And as you also may recall that as a part of the implementation of the new BH Connect, which is the new component of the waiver, we're looking at trying to move our system to a two-level system, a two-component system, one with outpatient services that is can offer a lot of community supports, and then a second level, the intensive services, which is ACT-FACT, all of which is required by BH Connect and has some evidence base and fidelity to it. So we want to sort of sync the rental assistance, housing assistance with the way that we're trying to move the outpatient services.
So maybe what I need to understand better is the difference in acuity or need of the FACT and ACT compared with FSP.
I don't know, Megan, do you want to give some details to that?
It's not on.
It's not on, okay. Sorry. Oh, the other one. Thank you. Megan Wheelahan, Deputy Director. You know, I don't think it's a clear-cut line there. It's sort of a gradation of acuity between the two levels of care. The ACT-FACT model under BH Connect comes with a sort of dosage, if you will, a number of contacts per month, and typically folks won't qualify for that if they don't need that many contacts per month, or they aren't engaging in that many contacts per month, and that might be a reason to step them down to that FSP level of care. But there isn't, if you're looking for sort of a diagnostic criteria, in my understanding, there isn't a clear-cut line there.
Is it correct to say that BH Connect requires transitional housing support for ACT and FACT, but does not require it for FSP? Sorry, all the acronyms are
No,
spinning.
yeah, it's a lot of acronyms. No, neither of them require that the county provide transitional or any housing support. It is, of course, assistance with finding housing as a part of the model of services offered, but it isn't that treatment and housing are sort of contingent on each other. Transitional rent as a Medi-Cal benefit is available to anyone who qualifies for it, and it is not limited only to people in ACT-FACT. So that benefit, as offered by the managed care plans, will be more widely available.
If I can add, Supervisor, although so in the contract that we have with Abode, we're going to provide approximately $27 million of the $30 million, about $27 million in direct financial assistance. The vast majority of that is going to be for, I'll say, long-term housing assistance. And what we tried to do over this summer, was to figure out how do we try to continue to provide some level of housing assistance to individuals connected to intensive outpatient programs. And
these are all outpatient programs, correct?
Right.
ACT, FACT, and FSP are all outpatient.
Right, correct. To participants who are receiving these intensive outpatient services, recognizing that we are facing significant financial challenges, thinking about the opportunity presented by transitional rent, which is new and won't start actually until January of 2026. So we hit upon the idea of utilizing this scarce resource, transitional rent, to connect to the intensive outpatient services. And I think the intent
FSP is not considered to be.
It is intensive, but again, we're trying to move our program to the sort of our system to a two-level system, and then to prioritize this scarce resource for programs and clients in the most need.
So maybe I'll ask it a different way, because I'm not hearing that there's a real distinction in the need. So is it more, and this is fine, it's not a criticism, is this more of a resources issue than a philosophical one? If we had more money, would we be providing the same support to FSP clients, or is there another reason in our two-tier system why even with additional funds, we still believe that FSP clients don't need that resource?
I think it's both.
Okay.
It's definitely partially resource driven, but I think it's also sort of program design driven. We feel that we've developed FSP, intensive FSP, ACT, and FACT over a period of time.
Right.
And now we're trying to move to a more set model of care and try to have our contract organizations kind of have more fidelity to an evidence-based practice, which is the ACT-FACT.
FSP is not evidence-based in the same way?
Well, it doesn't specify dosage. It doesn't specify personnel mix.
Okay, interesting. Well, thank you for all of that. I know that this is complicated. I'm also well aware of the absolute wide array of services and huge investments that we are making in our behavioral health system. And while it never seems to be enough, I always have this cross-state lens and what we are doing compared with other counties that are similarly sized in resourced is almost incomparable. So I am excited about that. I always want more. And speaking of more, let me ask another related question. The report indicates that behavioral health...
Supervisor, I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but I wanted to interject before you move forward because one of the responses that Key just gave you, I wanted to ask a question if that's
Absolutely,
okay.
yeah, go ahead. I'll be back.
The evidence-based movement that you're taking right now, you said the FSB is not because of the personnel mix. So do you mean that there's personnel that hasn't met certain certification, accreditation? What did you mean by that?
What I meant by that is the ACT-FACT has a kind of set of guidelines around what type of personnel, psychiatrists, what type of disciplines need to be included in part of the ACT-FACT team, whereas the full service partnership does not.
Key is another way, I'm sorry if I could just interject
yes,
real quick.
Please, thank you.
Is another way of saying that FSP is sort of a broad category of different programs can fall under FSP. The specific evidence base is for this more precise ACT-FACT model. So when we say what has been studied and shown to be effective, it's ACT-FACT. FSP captures a much broader array of programs that can be structured in different ways that may or may not be effective. It's just a broad category, some of which have been studied, some of which haven't.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that we don't lose some of the paraprofessionals who have lived experience and who can really speak to clients in a way that maybe others can't. And so, I don't know what you think of this, Supervisor Ellenberg, but I certainly would love to dive into this a little bit more and understand it, and maybe we could have some kind of a study session so we can really understand this model. I mean, I love that you're bringing it forward and that it's evidence-based, and I'm sure that it falls within the guidelines of what you want to achieve, but I don't know that the board has understood that or understands, or at least I don't, because I don't sit on the committee, but I don't know what that outcome and what you're hoping to achieve by moving in this direction. Obviously, evidence-based works, and we want to make sure we have that level of credibility with our programs. But I guess the other question that I'm asking is, what isn't working that we're moving in this direction, and what is it that we're trying to fix?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Sorry, Megan was just confirmed that in the ACT-FACT model, paraprofessionals are required to be a part of that team. Pierce, part of that team. So thank you, Megan. Supervisor, maybe to your question about sort of learning more about the ACT-FACT model. I mean, this is all a part of the implementation of what we call the BH Connect program, which is new quality improvement and funding mechanisms associated with the behavioral health system. We're happy to include as a part of perhaps the next quarterly report a little bit of a deeper dive into some of the components of BH Connect, if that's the choice.
I'm so sorry to take some of your time, Supervisor. This reminds me of when we were moving into the direction of, oh my gosh, the PERT program. And the PERT program it was decided that we will no longer do this. And I understand that there were some limitations with billing, but the PERT program works for our law enforcement. At least that's the feedback that we have been getting. And then that decision was made without consulting the board. And this feels similar in that way. And so I wonder if there's an opportunity for us to delve into this and understand it and really figure out what are the concerns that you're hoping to address, and maybe what your stakeholders have given you in terms of feedback and how you integrated that into what you're sharing with us today. And what are we essentially going to benefit from? But I will give this back to my colleague, who I know is leading in our in this area and understands it much more than I do. And sometimes we rely on each other for some areas. But I think this is so important. I want to continue to rely on Supervisor Ellenberg, but I also need to figure these pieces out for myself as well.
I would definitely suggest, Supervisor, that we include a whole overview of BH Connect. It's actually a state-directed initiative. It's part of the state's waiver associated with the Medicaid program. So unlike some of the other conversations, this is a state-defined and led initiative. And I think what we can do, as Key mentioned, is in the next quarterly report, obviously not today's because we haven't prepared the material, but in the next quarterly report, include a comprehensive overview of BH Connect. What are the components? What are the pieces that are moving forward? What's the timeline? I personally have concerns about the long-term continuity of BH Connect in the context of the federal administration, and I think that's something that I don't feel like the state is grappled with yet, because the continuation of some of these waiver programs, I believe, is in very severe jeopardy. Trump administration's indicated it's not likely to renew them beyond their current timelines. So anyway, I think it would make sense to provide that context, lay out all those different components and pieces, and then the board can do a deeper dive on those elements that supervisors have specific interest in.
Thank you. And so I'm hearing that this is state mandated. It's not necessarily our direction to move towards best or evidence-based practices, as was mentioned earlier. So,
yeah, it's a state push, kind of like the we had with our shift in the funding related to behavioral health services, a shift away from cost reimbursement to a fee-for-service related model. BH Connect is part of the state's waiver under the federal Medicaid program, and it is a push to move towards evidence-based practices with incentives and funding streams attached to that. So there's a package of rules that are attached between the state's agreement and the federal government around that, and then the state in turn attaches criteria around that for counties. Some of them are optional things in the sense that you don't have to do them, but then you don't get the funding associated with them. Other things are mandatory, but I think it makes sense to walk through what the whole framework is around that. But it is governed by that waiver between the state and the federal government.
right. Well, respecting that, but also taking a look at what actually is working for our community and what is going to be missing. And I understand that we need to make sure that we get reimbursed, but making decisions based on reimbursement is not necessarily I think if I think back on some of the stakeholders for our behavioral health who really struggled to move into the cost-based recovery model, because a lot of what they were doing works, right? And so they needed to find how to make what works for the client work within the system that we're asking them to change. And so I'd love to float this idea with my colleagues, either a study session or maybe a special meeting of the whole at the committee that it belongs under, and we can attend, something that just would allow us to understand, and not necessarily integrated into these meetings because we have so much to move through. I'd love to get people's thoughts. Oops, so sorry to take this over.
No apologies. We all have to learn for ourselves, and I think we are all additive when we ask and investigate together. I would recommend that this be part of the next quarterly conversation, and as a part of walking through BH Connect, since FHP is actually something that it sounds like we are pulling back on, and to my colleague's comment, I don't know if it's, again, a funding issue, if it's because we feel that is too broad and there's not enough of a metric to measure. Certainly it's a program that a lot of our partners have been carrying out, so it would be interesting, I think, to really understand pros and cons. It's hard to pull away a service, but I am very aware that over the next year or more, we're going to be doing a lot of pulling away, potentially even of things that are working well, and that's incredibly hard to do. So as much information as we have, I think, would be helpful. So I will make that direction part of the motion in a moment. But my second question, which is also potentially resource related, the report indicates that behavioral health can support up to 250 individuals with transitional rent at any given time. I know that the state eligibility criteria suggests a wider pool of eligible members, and I'm concerned whether if we by capping participation at that level, are we leaving state money on the table that would be available for housing supports?
Supervisor, thanks for the question. I think the 250 is a starting point. It is based on the kind of referral volume that the Behavioral Health Department housing program had received through its intensive outpatient program for the temporary component. Mm-hmm. It's a starting point, and we'll continue to evaluate that. And the reason why I think it's important to assess it over a period of time is twofold. One is the use of transitional rent does require some housing services that will comply with the managed care plan's requirements and DHCS requirements. So, for example, and these discussions are ongoing. For example, the individual should need to be connected to enhanced care management in behavioral health. They can provide enhanced care management, but the intensive programs offer a version of that. So there's a question about how we meet that requirement most flexibly. And then two, although the transitional rent is a kind of a new funding source, it is not necessarily uncapped, and we're trying to work with the managed care plans to understand how much transitional rent could they really sustain and support through the behavioral health programs, but also through the Office of Supportive Housing programs. So as an entire county, we're working with the managed care plans to figure out how best to deploy and utilize the transitional rent resource across the county.
Thank you so much. And just to be clear broadly for the public, our behavioral health services are funded in part by now BHSA, which is less money than we had under MHSA by about $1 billion. We lost money that would come to the county to Prop 1 and have not yet seen any of that money come back to the county. It's funded in part by Medicaid, which is being cut severely. It's funded in part by CalAIM, which is made possible only because of a waiver that expires and in the end of 2026 and may not be renewed. And then finally by our own general fund contribution. And while we have done some really remarkable expansion over the last 3 years, and I am very proud of that, I am deeply worried about what services we're actually going to be able to sustain and maintain when all of these cuts sort of cascade. So I do think, again, I will make a motion to approve the recommended action, which is to approve the abode contract, and direct that the next quarterly behavioral health session, which is 3 months from this meeting, include include a more robust description of BH Connect, mandated versus what we can do discretionary, and what criteria we are using in addition to resource availability to decide where we keep our funding and where we move it. And I will always support moving funding if we are not having the impact that we want to see. But if we are, I will want to be able to figure out other options. So thank you very much. And we'll look perhaps for a second.
I'll second that.
Well, thank you.
And go ahead, Supervisor Abakoga.
Thank you, Vice President. I appreciate Supervisor Ellenberg for pulling this item and the discussion that has happened since. I actually had a different type of question. It has to do with, one, just that the amount of the contract is significant, and so I wanted to have at least a daylight the topic. But one of the concerns I had, and first of all, I'll say thank you to Abode Services for providing this critical service to our community. But I see that one of the challenges is that we're very limited in the organizations that are able to provide this service at countywide scale. And I've noticed that in some other areas too, we find this limitation of partners. And my concern is that if they were not able to do it, like, do we have a plan B, or are we thinking of a plan B? Are we looking at helping to support other nonprofits, for instance, to be able to take on this role should Abode or a nonprofit no longer be able to do the work?
Thank you, Supervisor, for that question. I think that it is no offense to Abode if I say that we're always thinking about Plan Bs, diversifying. Abode's been a great partner. And just a little history or context. For the last several years, we've had a rental assistance administrator. Initially, it was in 2012, 2013, through a competitive procurement, we selected Abode. Mm-hmm. In 2017, we did another solicitation, and we selected 2 organizations, Abode and the Health Trust. And the Health Trust recently, well, not recently, recently they modified their services, but several years before they stopped providing the rental assistance. So in order to get this particular program off the ground, we used Abode as well. But I believe that the Office of Supportive Housing is considering a solicitation in this year, and we'll work with them to have a countywide solicitation. And then, of course, still working on other Plan Bs. And then, Supervisor, you mentioned the amount of the award. I just wanted to note for you and for others that in fiscal 25, the funding amount for that year in this contract was about $28 million, of which 24 was indirect financial assistance, so directly to landlords, home homes, et cetera. And then for this fiscal year, it's about $30 million, and $27 million of which is for direct financial assistance.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Vice President.
Thank you. Looks like we're ready. We have a motion and a second. Oh, and you know what? Let me just, I know I interjected in Supervisor Ellenberg's comments. She was gracious enough to allow me to contribute to that conversation that way. But I also had just overall concern when there's these kinds of changes, and so I'm glad that it was pulled by the supervisor, and now learning to grasp this switch. My question is, did you get feedback from stakeholders, those folks who we normally hear from, on what we're doing, how we're moving along? Yes.
Yeah, the report discusses a series of stakeholder convenings that we held over the spring and summer, where we all came together and talked about kind of what our priorities are, who we're trying to serve, what do the people we serve truly need, and then, you know, had some frank discussions about living in a world of limited resources and how we would want to prioritize the resources we do have. And out of those discussions and the feedback we gathered came this plan.
And tell me, because this was under consent, not under regular agenda, and I think for future purposes, James, these kinds of changes with these kinds of items should not ever go on consent. So if we could standardize what we actually put on consent and what we put on regular agenda, I don't think this is an item and that should ever go under consent. And one of my colleagues shouldn't have to pull this in order for us to have these kinds of conversations. Did you have a response for that?
We're always seeking to refine our criteria, and we'll be mindful of that with respect to these types of items.
I appreciate that. And then the second thing, you talked about the transitional rent and what the managed care folks are going to be able to do under this criteria. It's not going to begin until next year. And so has the state given you direction or given managed health care plans the direction in order for us to move forward for next year? Yes.
Yes, they've issued their guidance, and the managed care plans are working on the implementation.
They're working on the implementation, and then are we also working on how to interpret their implementation, or do they give us enough guidance for us to be prescriptive?
We have to, the county has to enter into an agreement with the managed care plans to utilize the transitional rent, and so we're working with them on those specifics.
And so you approximate by the end of the year that you would finish with those conversations with the managed
No,
health?
we hope to begin utilizing transitional rent as early as possible. The earliest possible date is January 1st.
So at this, between now and January 1st, tell me what's the process that you're taking in order for our systems to be able to process, to interpret, to integrate into what we normally do, because this is not a feature that we normally have had before.
Supervisor, I think it's one, we have to execute the agreement with the managed care plans. A part of that agreement is laying out the workflow for referrals, authorization. We also have to figure out whether the county will essentially pay for the rent and then get reimbursed by the managed care plans, or if we're going to use a third-party vendor. So it's really taking the requirements by the state and then operationalizing them locally and putting that through, incorporating that into an agreement.
And you'll do all of that between now and January?
Yes, we're trying.
Awesome. No, that's amazing. That's amazing. I mean, our systems are just really complicated, so that's impressive that you would be able to take this on.
Invariably, we'll get it going and then make some improvements along the way, but we'll try to get it going as soon as possible.
I'm really excited about this. I know I've been kind of asking you about this piece, and so now that it's coming for next year, and in a it's very timely. Sherry, did you want to add something? I saw you moving in closer to the mic.
No, just wanted to. I think all the mics are attached to different turning on buttons. No, just that per Key's comment, we are working really hard to get this stood up and look to do that as soon as possible, as early as January 2026.
This is really fabulous. And so it sounds like not all of our operators, all of our folks who we contract with will be able to do the same and pull down this I don't know what you would call it, stipend? Would you call it a fee? Would you call
It's a financial assistance. It's a benefit. Just to give a little more context to it, Supervisor, we, the county, are working with the managed care plans to determine how we and possibly our contractors would access transitional rent. There's different ways to implement that. And then kind of concurrently, the managed care plans are working with other community-based organizations to figure out how those clients would access transitional rent. So within Anthem's network of providers, how do those network of providers refer individuals for transitional rent, who are Medi-Cal, of course?
I appreciate that response. Thank you. This is really exciting to me. It's exciting when systems take an opportunity to view themselves and improve, become more efficient, more effective. I'll wait for our study session to completely learn exactly what that process, why we're initiating, other than it's a state that's prompting us, but how are we taking advantage of this in a way that makes sense for our customers, for our residents, and then everything that is integrated into this change in the system, because as you know, changes are always difficult for everyone, our residents, but also our stakeholders, our contractors, and so I think it's really important for us to continue to have these conversations on the dais, and I appreciate all your answers and your feedback. Okay, so we took public comment, and we did not take public comment. I thank you for your patience, and we'd love to hear from you.
I have one card in chambers. We do not have any hands raised on Zoom, so I believe we have the one speaker. Shall we set the timer for 2 minutes?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Our
Thank
speaker
you.
is Cole Cameron.
Cole.
Still morning.
It still is.
Thank you all for everything you're doing with the bigger picture here. I've already talked with Councilman Dung and what she's doing, and I know all of you and on up through Laughlin are fighting the big fight. I thank you for that as an old finance guy, so appreciate that. The reason I'm speaking on this particular item is we are also dealing with abode at 10 Kirk for veterans. And while I understood financially, it's primarily this funding for assisted housing. That's great, that's financial. But it seems like there's about $4 million then left for services. And that's my concern, that I hope we have some audit on abode to really look at what they're doing, because we're really not very happy as veterans in what so far has been delivered. And yes, we're in a transition, we're taking care of repairs, we have a future visioning process, and I just want to bring that concern forward so eyes are open and watching that part of the process here. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Cole. All right. Go ahead, Curtis. Let's call this vote.
Just to confirm, we have a motion from Ellenberg and a second from Arenas.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, Supervisor Abekoga.
Aye.
Supervisor Jung.
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg.
Yes.
Vice President Arenas.
Yes.
President Lee.
Aye.
Motion carries with 5.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for your report and the conversation and the feedback. We're going to move on to item 11. This is our county executive report. James, it's all you.
Good morning. Just a few updates today. First, of course, we remain squarely focused on the budget crisis caused by the passage of H.R. 1 and related actions. We continue to put together refined and additional educational materials to ensure that our community understands the magnitude and significance of these impacts on the county organization, as well as the pivotal and critical role that, in particular, Santa Clara Valley Healthcare plays in delivering healthcare services to all residents in Santa Clara County. In addition to that, we are continuing communications with county employees, because the reality is that, as was alluded to in just this last item, there will need to continue to be a lot of very difficult conversations, reorganizations, and shared sacrifice on the part of county staff as well as county contractors, regardless of whether, for example, Measure A passes. And we have to begin those efforts in earnest. So we are having a conversation with all of the county's labor partners this Friday, for example, and have a focused town hall meeting at the Bridge tomorrow with county staff. And we encourage folks to participate in that so that people are informed and aware of the magnitude of what's going on and the significance that that will have for the county organization. I will continue to provide further updates to the board as there are other significant developments. For instance, there are some rumors that there may be a state special session in November dealing with Medi-Cal related impacts. That's not been confirmed. If it is, we will, of course, provide those updates to the board. But speaking of the legislature, there was action by the legislature and the governor to place a measure on the statewide ballot for the November 4th special election that, if approved by voters, would be a direct response to the off-cycle redistricting that has been approved in Texas and would result in redistricting here in California. That means there'll now be 3 items on the ballot here in Santa Clara County on November 4th. The Office of the Assessor election, the county's Measure A, and the statewide redistricting measure. So we anticipate it's a much busier election season, certainly than ROV anticipated several months ago, and they didn't think there would necessarily be a special election at all. So, but I know that they'll be fully on top of all of those efforts, and we'll, of course, provide updates as we get closer to the election on the timelines and vote centers, et cetera. A couple other just quick updates. Silicon Valley Pride Festival and Parade will be this weekend in downtown San Jose. This year's theme is Unstoppable, 50 Years of Love, Legacy, and Liberation. And the county will, as usual, have a very significant contingent participating, led by our Office of LGBTQ Affairs. The event starts with a night festival on Saturday, August 30th, and the parade and day festival will be Sunday, the 31st. Our Public Health Department this Thursday is co-hosting International Overdose Awareness Day from 3 to 6 p.m. at Roosevelt Park. The event is dedicated to remembering loved ones lost to overdose and taking action against stigma. It will include fentanyl test kits, training, resource fair with housing, mental health, and substance use support. And then finally, as was noted earlier, I think in public comment, it is Labor Day coming up, and the county, of course, stands by, honors, and celebrates workers in our organization and across the community. And that concludes my report today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is our report from our county council. Oh, I'm so sorry. Let me take that back for a minute. I want to see from my colleagues if there's any questions. You have your light lit up, Supervisor Ellenberg? No? Okay, no questions. Oh, you do have your light on. Oh my gosh, no, nobody's light is on, but it just shows that we're all lit up for you, County Executive. Okay, go ahead, Tony.
At the August 25th, 2025 closed session by unanimous vote with all members present, the board authorized the county to initiate litigation in one matter. The name of the action and the defendant, as well as the substance of the litigation, shall be disclosed once litigation is formally commenced to any person upon inquiry. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Any questions from my colleagues? Looks like there is none. Okay. Thank you so much. We are now going to move into our next item, which is item 13. For those of you here, it's the Mental Health and Substance Use as a Public Health Crisis Quarterly Report. And ta-da, welcome.
Good morning again. Keeley, Deputy County Executive. Dr. Cheryl Ho, who is the Medical Director for the Behavioral Health Department's Substance Use Treatment System, has joined us at the staff table. We're very excited to provide you with this report today. In addition to the behavioral health treatment facilities, I think we're excited about a lot of the progress that we're making around our substance use treatment system, and Dr. Ho will provide that presentation. Next slide, please. Yeah. We provided 36 reports between the last time we met and today. Thank you. Next slide, please. One more. Okay, thank you. As the board may recall, we initially set a goal of increasing our behavioral health treatment beds by 50%, or about 530 beds. We're happy to report that we plan to exceed that goal, increasing by a total of 586 beds if all of our projects and plans are approved. And the primary reason for us exceeding that is because we're significantly expanding substance use treatment beds, and we'll describe that a little bit more in a few slides. Thank you. Next slide. You may recall from previous reports that in addition to the table, we had one bar graph outlining our success. We call it that the thermometer, if you will. The thermometer for overall progress is now the bar graph on the far right, and as you can see, if we meet all of our goals, we will exceed the 530 beds. On this in this chart, we try to lay out or categorize the different types of treatment facilities: acute facilities for mental health, subacute facilities for mental health treatment, both of which are primarily locked facilities. And then, of course, community residential facilities for mental health and community residential treatment programs for substance use disorders, and both of which are all voluntary. Next slide, please. We have added a total of 226 beds thus far. This will serve about 2,100 clients a year. And you can see that we've broken the types of beds and the number of clients by types of beds. Next slide, please. The board may recall that we were not successful in receiving the round 1 of BHCIP. We are gearing up for BHCIP round 2, and BHCIP is the Behavioral Health Continuum Infrastructure Program. It's the Prop 1 bond funding for behavioral health treatment facilities. Round 2 applications are due on October 28th. There is only about $800 million set aside. So I think the competition will be significant, but we are taking some steps to make sure that our applications are more successful. First, we're making sure that we're highlighting alignment between our programs and the state priorities. Second is we're putting a significant effort into the third item on this chart, which is the Behavioral Health Treatment Campus, which will have multiple programs. I think that is one of the priorities for the state. And we're using the Behavioral Health Treatment Campus as an opportunity to partner with neighboring counties. So Dr. Clara is working on that. And then finally, we are going to be working with both our local leaders and our state delegation to obtain the necessary letters of support. We think that will be helpful, and it gives us an opportunity to showcase and to convey how much progress and work our county has been making towards addressing some of these needs. Next slide, please. Although the county's projects were not awarded BHCIP Round 1 funding, there were 3 projects that did receive funding. These were private, nonprofit, or for-profit organizations. You can see the 3 projects listed here. One is HR 360, or Health Right 360. They're going to be operating a 60-bed substance use residential treatment program in Gilroy. They anticipate completion and operation by the end of 2026. And because we have had significant contractual relationship, long-term contractual relationship with HR 360. They have experience making conversions of motels and other facilities in other counties. We have added their projected 60 beds to our project total. We are still working with the villas to determine the timing of their program, the availability of the beds, how we might contract with them. We have a long-standing relationship with the villas, but primarily through licensed residential care facilities. So we're taking our time to do a due diligence with them and to sort of further enhance our partnership with them. Next slide, please. With that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Ho, but I'll just note that our ability to operate and fund the substance use and mental health treatment facilities is a commitment that we're making, but it is not without some risk and challenge. First, it should be noted that the primary funding source for these treatment facilities is Medicaid, which requires a match. And as the supervisor and James has mentioned before, there are significant challenges with Medicaid. Second, it's important to note that many types of facilities that are required and necessary are ineligible for Medicaid, primarily in the acute and subacute categories, and we'll dive into that a little bit more as part of our BH Connect presentation. And then I'll just note that lastly, the behavioral health treatment facility investment or the investment in those operations is significant. And as Supervisor Ellenberg noted that our investment, the behavioral health department's investment in housing and housing-related services is also significant and is primarily funded with discretionary funds. We talked about the abode contract, which is about $30 million a year. The behavioral health department funds approximately $25 million in other housing services annually as well. With that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Ho. Thank you.
Hi, thank you, Cheryl Ho, Behavioral Health Medical Director for SETS. So this slide is really recapping what we had shared with the board about a year and a half ago, of really the goal that we set out by 2030 to double the number of folks receiving substance use treatment services across the county, as well as to expand prevention activities. Go ahead and advance the slide. We promised that we would come back annually to share the metrics. And so while we have had some slight increase from last year to this year, I do want to just share with all of these efforts that we're putting into place this year, we do anticipate that our numbers will significantly increase next year, both for the number of people in treatment as well as numbers of individuals receiving medications for addiction treatment. Next slide. I think one of the biggest highlights is there is a ribbon cutting coming this Thursday for the opening of the Compass Clinic, which is the dedicated low barrier medications for addiction treatment clinic happening on the campus of Moore Park, and it is an effort brought by the SCVH side. And I think the beauty of this clinic is that it can take sort of all-comers Medi-Cal, Medicare, and it's on a walk-in, low barrier kind of way to access the system. And so that is happening this week, and we're super excited around that. I think the other highlight here is Indian Health Center is going to begin to provide traditional healer and natural helper services, and this is part of one of the Medicaid waivers that they're able to do that. Next slide.
Dr. Ho, before you move on, I just wanted to make sure that we appropriately celebrate this moment. The Compass Clinic, which was the brainchild of our wonderful addiction medicine physicians in SCVH, bringing together really state-of-the-art medically based treatments in combination with a lot of the long-standing effective treatments that have been provided. But really, I just want to emphasize the low barrier component too, which means, a huge challenge that we've faced as we haven't had enough access to treatment has been on the day someone's ready to enter treatment, can they actually show up and start on that journey? And the Compass Clinic is going to make that absolutely available, and not only available for same-day walk-in treatment when somebody's ready to start the road to recovery, but also to provide them with really the state-of-the-art, best possible treatment. And so just very much looking forward to celebrating with all of you and with the community the opening of that clinic, and want to express gratitude to Dr. Ho and many of her colleagues for their leadership in really bringing that vision to fruition, and deepening the partnership between SCVH and the Behavioral Health Department to make sure that we're really providing the best possible care as our understanding and knowledge of what treatments work best for folks experiencing substance use disorder continues to evolve.
Well, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. I mean, I just want to reflect on, I think, how much support we've received from the Board of Supervisors around this, and it really is a momentous occasion. I think we had heard from so many individuals, patients, constituents that, exactly as Greta said, when they want treatment, they want it now. And so I'm really, really just thrilled to be able to provide this. And I think especially in this climate, it's really just really amazing. So thank you, Board. I also want to share, in addition, we are expanding on the behavioral health side our narcotic treatment program. And what that is this is a specific program that can provide methadone treatment as well as medications for addiction treatment, but this is specifically on the behavioral health side. And we are looking to expand that with staffing, telehealth, and we also are hoping in this next year to provide mobile services as well that can deliver methadone in more flexible locations. Next slide. And so I think some of the bed expansion, I know Key had touched on that, and as well, we also are working closely with different of our contracted partners to reach more deeply into the unhoused community to provide services in a very flexible and on-site sort of way, as well as within our justice and reentry systems. Next slide. Happy to report that the transition to fee-for-service is continuing to progress. We continue to provide technical assistance and collaboration. We have worked together with our contracted partners on rates and have had some significant milestones reached in the past year. We continue to work on the justice-involved initiatives as well. The details are also as well here. Next slide. And then finally, we are working with our public health partners as well to provide a number of events. As we had mentioned, there's the International Overdose Awareness Day. We continue to distribute, together with public health, significant amounts of naloxone, fentanyl test strips, and so some other highlights that are here as well, and some increasing public awareness campaigns. Okay. Thank you.
That concludes our presentation. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to check with our public comment and see if folks want to contribute.
I have no cards in chambers and no hands raised on Zoom.
All right, so this goes directly to my colleagues to see if questions. Supervisor Allenberg.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Key and Dr. Ho and Megan and Dr. Terrell. I can't see you, but I believe you're there. You are. Thank you. I really appreciate these reports. They allow us the opportunity to continue to highlight accomplishments that we are making in expanding mental health and substance use treatment services in a really measurable and concrete way. In the 3 years since the board declared mental illness and substance use disorders a public health crisis, we've expanded inpatient bed capacity to serve an additional 2,164 more people each year across, I think we're up to, 233 beds?
Right, I think we added 226 beds to
226 so far, moving us toward our goal of just over 500. So it's tremendously exciting and encouraging. And of course, as Dr. Ho mentioned, later this week, we'll be celebrating the opening of the Compass Addiction Medicine Clinic. And Greta, thank you for lifting as well that this really is a major milestone in providing same-day access to substance use treatment services. I understand we're expecting or estimating about 1,200 visits annually, which is exciting news. We've also grown our mobile crisis response teams to reach more residents in urgent need. And to another first that you mentioned, Dr. Ho, I really am proud that our county is the first in the state to implement Medicaid reimbursable traditional healing services, following our California's first in the country 1115 approval, a milestone that was made possible, of course, by the Indian Health Center, the County SUTS Division, and a little input from my team as well. Of course, as I described a few moments ago, all of this progress that we're celebrating today is really at enormous risk. I had neglected to emphasize that our public health department has already lost millions of dollars in contracts and is awaiting yet further cuts as well. It's just the magnitude of these risks is really breathtaking. I have a couple of sort of basic questions, not existential, related to the report. If I thought there were answers to the existential questions, I would go right there. But tell me about the mobile pharmacy pilot. Where is it based? What populations will it serve? Does it have a route? What does it look like in operation? Oh, do you mind sitting on the other side just so we can see you? It's hard to see over the podium. Thank you so much.
Your mic.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Akanksha Vete with the Public Health Department, and I can answer your question about the mobile pharmacy supervisor. Yeah. So we did start a mobile pharmacy pilot, which currently goes out with our harm reduction team. So it's serving the population that comes to our harm reduction program, which is largely people experiencing homelessness. The purpose of the pilot was really to see how we could go about getting a DEA license, create a workflow, which, we've been successful with that. We've been able to provide same-day prescriptions to people who need it and provide medications in hand. So it's been successful. Right now, we're thinking about how to expand the mobile pharmacy. Are there populations that we're not reaching with this that we should think about serving? And then also think about other modalities of prescriptions, so things like collaborative practice agreements, so that pharmacists can dispense medications themselves. So that's where we are right now, so continuing to think about ways to expand the pilot.
Can you explain what you just said about pharmacists can dispense the pills themselves? Isn't that what pharmacists do?
Yes, I should have said. So Right now, our model is that, a healthcare provider sends their prescription to our mobile pharmacy, and then they provide the medications.
Okay.
Through a collaborative practice agreement, there'll be an agreement where there's kind of a standing order under a physician's name, and pharmacists can see patients themselves and then provide
interesting.
counseling and medications.
Wow, that is interesting. And and I asked about this probably about a year ago, whether we had the capacity, authority, and interest in administering long-term, that might be different. I think I'm thinking about antipsychotic drugs as opposed to specifically opioid suppressant drugs. But are we doing long-acting medications for the, if I am focused just on opioid use?
We are at a number of our sites. So our Compass Clinic will start with the long-acting injectables for medications for opioid use disorder. VHHP, Valley Homeless Healthcare Program, does routinely use these medications, and we are also doing this within our MAT clinics at the Behavioral Health Department as well. So I think this is the new standard to be able to deliver these medications.
Really interesting. Thank you so much. I appreciate your answering my questions. To the BCHIP round 2, I'm glad we're preparing to submit applications. You mentioned getting legislative support. Are we seeking letters of support from mayors and council members in the respective cities for each project?
Yes, that is the plan, and it's a part of our community engagement effort as well.
Okay.
Of course, so yes.
Excellent. I wish you great success with all. Turning to our crisis response system, now that the federal funding for the dedicated LGBTQ plus crisis line has been cut, I would be interested in the September Behavioral Health Crisis Report and PERT Transition Report to include information on our efforts to ensure that the LGBTQ plus callers continue to receive affirming and culturally competent support. I just want to remind again that I requested that the 988 and mobile crisis team data be included in every public health crisis quarterly report, so I will look for that in November. And finally, around SB 43, which is the expansion of conservatorship eligibility, I'm continuing to receive questions about this by folks who know that something is supposed to be fully in place by January. I think we are still dealing with a lack of licensing for locked substance use only disorder facilities. Is there any update that you have now on SB 43 or licensing efforts or legislative efforts? And if not now, I'd be happy to get that off agenda.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know if Megan or Dr. Ho have any update, or we can provide it.
Yeah, so SB 43 will go into effect in the county on 1/1/26. We have provided training to all of our 5150 riders on the expanded criteria. Dr. Ho and others were a part of that to speak on both the expansion under the severe substance use category, but also the chronic medical disorder category.
Serious mental illness disorder.
Yeah, part of the expansion. And we are continuing throughout the year. Every year we do various 5150 trainings, but we have several this fall as well.
So what happens if someone qualifies under the new eligibility criteria of only a serious substance use disorder, and they're conserved pertaining to that? Where do they go?
If they're conserved for substance use disorder only.
Only, no co-occurring
At this point,
mental illness.
we would look at kind of the person's needs and available treatment options and try to match them up with what's available in the community.
Are there any secure treatment facilities for only substance use disorders?
Not to my knowledge in the state. The state did release the guidance after SB 1238 was passed, that recently came out. It really is an overhaul of the LPS designation process, maybe an exciting one that was needed after so many years. But it will apply actually to all LPS designated facilities. It does add specific requirements if a facility wants to be designated for treating a substance use disorder only, or the other expansion categories under SB 43. But
So
it also,
all of the tools they need are currently available? We're not waiting for additional licensing requirements from the state?
At this point, the state has issued the guidance so that the facilities know what is required of them in order to have that special designation. Whether the facilities have kind of the resources and ability to meet those requirements, that isn't something the state has provided support for.
That is, say that last part again?
The state has not provided specific support to facilities in order to add additional components to meet the licensing requirements. They have simply specified what those licensing requirements are. And so we're going through the process of kind of redesignating all of our LPS facilities under the new process.
So we have the authority to create our own new license. We don't need the state to have a process that our providers need to go through?
Yeah, the state has outlined the requirements, and we administer it at the first stage, but then when we approve the facility for LPS designation, and we do that under a delegation from the board, the state also has to approve our designation of that facility.
It looks like he's leaning in.
Maybe I could just summarize. There are currently, to our knowledge, no LPS designated facilities that are able to receive individuals who are being held for just a substance use disorder. The state has issued its guidance. It is, so all counties, including our county, is working with currently LPS designated facilities to have them apply. I guess but it is optional. Is it optional?
It's optional that they would add those additional components, but it is not optional for them to go through the new LPS designation process. So everyone's going to have to go through that in the upcoming months.
So there is a process underway to work with our local facilities and the state. I think, fortunately, for right now, our experience, what we're hearing from other counties is that individuals are still coming in on a 5150, and to our knowledge, no one is being held after a 5150 for just a substance use disorder need only. And so the real focus, one focus for us is really to expand both outpatient and voluntary treatment options. And that's why all of this work about increasing the beds at Pathway House, increasing beds at 264 North Morrison, et cetera, are very critical. And I think that combination with the Compass Clinic and other outpatient services, I think are really gonna, I think that is where we're gonna meet the need moving forward.
Which philosophically would be my preference. But I believe that there is a broad understanding, I'm not saying a highly informed one, but an understanding in the community that when someone is conserved, whether for serious mental illness, co-occurring, or now standalone substance use disorder, that they will be held in a locked facility. So I would like you to either confirm that that is correct or tell me that that is not correct and that people who are under conservatorship may still be treated as outpatients.
I think that is correct, and that the public guardian and the treatment providers for individuals who are conserved, meaning they're unable to care for themselves because of their mental illness or now with SB 43 substance use disorder, are typically in locked facilities. Yes, to my knowledge, in the counties that have already gone forward with SB 43, there have not been any substance use disorder only conservatorships. There may have been co-occurring ones, and certainly, you know, some of our facilities do provide co-occurring care, and we want to look harder at their competency to do so. But not sort of expecting a large volume of folks.
So I'm pushing Megan because there is so much public attention around this. And what you said was that people who are conserved or will be conserved under SB 43 are typically placed in locked facilities. Does that mean that there are exceptions? And are we talking about, I know these aren't Murphy's, we're not talking about endless confinement, but is it required, and for how long can somebody be held, assuming we have the available facilities?
I think Greta has a light on.
Oh, great.
Yeah, I was maybe just going to zoom out a little bit to say, you know, I think part of what you're hearing is that we're really kind of on the bleeding edge of this very new paradigm for under this new law, with even just the very first issuance of guidance to potential providers of this service that would allow them to understand what it would even mean to stand up one of these programs. And as Megan mentioned, to our knowledge, there hasn't been a provider of locked substance use treatment services that has yet moved forward and established such a facility. So part of what we will need to do in the coming months is to really watch as this circumstance evolves, make sure that we're on the cutting edge of both understanding what what these changes in law may create as opportunities for us to provide care in a different way, and how the field is evolving in response to those structural changes. But I think to just specifically answer your question, you know, in a kind of a simple layperson's way of explaining conservatorship, it's really just taking the court, placing someone else as responsible for providing supervision and care. And often when someone needs that, the only place they're going to be safe is in a locked environment. But there can be circumstances where, and this happens more with elder conservatorships, is probably a good example, where someone may end up conserved, but they are supervised in a home-like environment by the person who's their conservator. And so there may be examples in this community and elsewhere of folks who are able to be appropriately supervised and cared for under a conservatorship outside of a locked facility when they're dealing with substance use treatment in addition to mental health. Hopefully that's helpful.
It is, and I think it's really important that we convey that message clearly and broadly, so that we are able to counter the less accurate narrative that somehow SB 43 will go into place and suddenly people, particularly people who are experiencing homelessness, are going to be collected in droves and taken to locked facilities for significant periods of time. That's not my understanding of what's going to happen. Let's see if I had anything else. Sorry, that was a long time. So long my computer turned off.
Supervisor, you're looking through your notes to see if you have additional.
Yes, I'm happy to make a motion to receive the report with the added direction for inclusions in the next quarterly report, including how we are supporting LGBTQ+ clients. Thank you.
Second.
Wonderful. That was second from our president, virtual. All right. I'm going to go ahead and make some comments. I was just, and thank you for all of your observations and your questions, Supervisor, as well as our folks for the presentation. This is all very new. Some of it is very new. I know that you opened up with the BHCIP, the Prop 1 funding. And I wanted to get from you, because there were three, you outlined the three sites that did get funding, but we didn't get funding, right? And so I wonder, what did they do, or was there something different that they integrated in their proposals that we didn't integrate? It would be hard for me to think that we wouldn't have something that other folks would have. So if you could just help me understand that a little bit.
Yes, thank you. We had a sort of robust conversation at FGOC a couple of months ago. I would just note that for BHCP round one, the state's emphasis was on shovel-ready, so sort of time and speed. For the organizations that did receive funding, our assumption is that their cost per unit and their timeline were less than ours or shorter than ours. However, that doesn't apply fully because, for example, 264 North Morrison was extremely shovel-ready. We would have been able to open it. As you saw in the report, we could be opening it next month. So it doesn't really hold in all cases. And two, we didn't receive any specific feedback on our projects. The state did have a webinar to provide feedback overall, but not on any counties or any organization-specific projects. So it's really hard to determine. I will say that it was just very challenging for staff, myself, to accept the non-awards given the tremendous leadership, progress that the board and our county has made in this area. So that was extremely frustrating for us.
Yeah, I bet. I was very sad, upset to hear that, because I know there's a lot of work that goes in anticipation. There's a lot of conversations and meetings that happen with the state in order to really get in line or align your proposal. When is the next round?
The next round is open right now, and applications are due. The last date to submit is October 28th.
Okay, well, this might be too late, but one of the areas that I know is of concern for me, and even though we did receive, but not through our system, 2 additional sites in South County, which is very much needed. I would like to see something that would be more specific to farm workers that are out there. I had initially talked to somebody from that office and explored that option. They were very interested, but I think at that point, the submission was coming up rather quickly. So I'd like to see what we could do with that, because under the agricultural worker housing work plan, we have a resource center that we want to establish as well. And under that resource center, I'd love to see a medical or like a health element integrated, and in that also something that has to do with some support services for substance abuse or treatment that could be exclusive for agricultural workers. And so I'd love to see if we could have a conversation offline about that. We have had, and I think you know this, Key, because you've helped us with troubleshooting some of the folks who regulate these private substance abuse centers that are integrated into homes. And we've seen a number of them sprouting in San Martin specifically, and in a way that residents are very concerned about that, right? I like that they're available, but they are private. And so is there an opportunity for us to maybe pull those folks in, even though we don't have any oversight, right? We don't have regulatory oversight of these folks. But couldn't we have maybe some conversations about pulling them into our system somehow so they could be useful to us since they are there?
Supervisor, I think you're referring to some of the homes in and around San Martin that are being used as some type of residential treatment program,
yes,
primarily for youth and young adults. Happy to reach out to them and have a sit down with the owners, operators, and with you, if you like, to try to build some type of relationship and assist them in understanding kind of the community's needs. So happy to do that.
Yes, but beyond just the community needs, because I know that there's concerns from our residents, and those are different than what I'm asking right now is, couldn't we ask them to be part of our network, integrate them somehow into our network so that they could maybe coincide with some of our regulations or the way that we carry out the work without actually having oversight, regulatory oversight, but more of an integration into our system. Does that?
Yes, I think if you mean by integration into our system, you mean having a contract with the county and receiving county clients, or?
It could be. It could be. I mean, that is definitely a possibility. I know they're private insurance primarily, is from what I understand. So I don't know how that would work, but I'm just trying to figure out how do we tap into what is already there in a way that we recognize these 2 additional sites that were approved for the BHCIP. I think I said it right.
Yes. I think Megan has had some direct conversations with the organizations. We're happy to revisit those with you or them directly.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Megan. Okay. The other piece I wanted to ask about is, and this is kind of at the end of the conversation. I'll move there. But we talked about some of the campaigns that are important for harm reduction and to reduce overdoses. How are we doing that in our jails? Because we had a report about 2 weeks ago that showed we had about 5 overdose deaths in our jail system, and so one of the solutions or recommendations in that report was for us to increase Narcan access, but it kind of misses the mark for me in terms of treatment. I think we have folks, we are talking about we don't have enough treatment centers, we don't have enough facilities. Here we have folks who we obviously understand have some issues, and here is an opportunity for us to reduce some deaths and provide some treatment before folks get out of being incarcerated. Can we talk about what kind of possibilities are there?
Well, thank you, Supervisor. This is certainly probably not for me to speak to too much, and we might have to come back with a report or schedule a different time. But I know in the jail system we have expanded availability of Narcan. I think in today's report, in today's agenda, there was an item where we would use opioid settlement funds to expand medication-assisted treatment in custody setting.
Mm-hmm.
So we're taking some actions there. I think Behavioral Health Department and Custody Health are also working on a way to try to continue or to expand basically counseling or group treatment services in custody.
Mm-hmm.
But that's sort of the broad strokes, and if there is more information that the board wanted, we'd be happy to come back.
Yeah, I mean, it just, Supervisor Ellenberg talked about, the locked facilities and understanding that when we incarcerate some of the unhoused, and I know this is a little off topic, but it's not for that purpose. It's not to incarcerate our unhoused so that we can treat them, but it is taking advantage of an opportunity if it so presents itself. Sometimes, and it doesn't necessarily have to be with the unhoused, but it could be somebody who's just really hit that point where they want to make a change. And I think a lot of the times maybe jail can do that, right? Maybe you've lost your job after that. You're going to lose your job because you're going to be there for quite some time. I think this is a really opportune time for us to come in and offer support services. boggles my mind why we are not integrated into the jail system in a way that is meaningful, because we have the folks, it's a captive audience. I mean, I don't know, they're not going anywhere for some time. Some of them have issues, enough that they're producing 5 overdoses in terms of deaths. That doesn't even count the overdoses that didn't produce deaths. This is a population that is begging for us to go to support them. I don't understand why we are not there. I understand you're going to increase some of the treatment for the opioid or using some of that funding, but I don't understand exactly why we are just kind of skimming and not integrating. These are the folks who are going to cost the system a lot of money on the outside. Why not take advantage? They're already in housing, they're already being fed, they're a captive audience if they wanted to participate. Help me understand.
Supervisor, I was going to suggest, since Custody Health Services is responsible for all the substance use treatment provided in custody, and they're not here, to include in our upcoming quarterly report a specific focus on some of the ongoing work between behavioral health and custody health to increase access to substance use treatment for folks in custody, some of the barriers that we've faced in expanding access to that care, and sort of what plans are afoot to make those significant expansions, because I think there's real alignment between what you're saying about us making sure that we're maximizing the opportunity we have when folks are in our custody to provide the treatment services that they need. Obviously, a lot of folks, if they're regularly utilizing substances and then go into our jails, also experience really significant withdrawal. And so as we've seen more of that, we've had to increase the capacity of our treatment teams in custody to provide them the care they need. So we can come back with a full report both on where we are today in those efforts and what plans we have to improve access to care in custody, and to also improve the transition for folks who have received care while they're in our jail facilities out into the community so that they can continue that treatment.
Thank you. I'm going to ask for a friendly amendment to add so that we can explore this integration of treatment and support for treatment within our jails. I know that this is not what we're talking about today in terms of, because custody health isn't here, but we are talking about our mobile pharmacy pilot. We're talking about our new traditional healing. We're talking about narcotic treatment program. And one of the questions I'm going to ask is, especially about our mobile pharmacy pilot, is where are we going? Where's the list of folks? And how do we know that we're reaching those hard to reach communities? But anyways, I'm going to go back to my friendly amendment. I know, Greta, you just finished saying that you want to explore what that looks like. You want to bring in custody health so we can have this conversation more properly. And so I'm asking for us to explore that.
I definitely think that's a good idea. I'm thinking about the best place as we continue to add to the quarterly report. I worry sometimes if we try to tackle too many things at the same time.
It doesn't
there's
have to
just
be in the
fatigue.
quarterly report. I just wanted, in terms of exploration for direction purposes, and then staff can determine how that is carried out.
I think that makes sense. The custody health reports to the Health and Hospital Committee. It might make sense for, of course, I'm not on that committee, so I'm giving direction. But President Lee is here. It might be that is the best place to start that conversation, and then have a determination made about what should be brought forward to the full board.
Wonderful.
Is that all right with the chair of the Health and Hospital Committee?
Yes.
Excellent.
Oh, I love it. I love this online. It's like, it's just a voice. Okay, so I'm going to continue with my comments, but I appreciate the integration, Supervisor Ellenberg. It just, we are talking about, we just finished talking about facilities and not having enough, and here we have a facility full of folks who might be prime for treatment if they so desire. Okay, so I'm going to move on to the SETS outpatient clinic that's opening in Gilroy this fall through the Recover Medical Group. Do we know if there's any outreach plan, any announcements in terms of services? How are we going about that?
So we are, I know that their team is going to be working closely with your team to outreach to the local kind of governmental folks, cities, city and as well as county. But they definitely have expressed interest to network with local, sheriff, police, and others. And so Recover Medical Group is in a number of California counties, and so every time they come into a county, they do sort of a standard set of outreach to local, JI folks and justice involved, different parties and communities. So I don't have all the details of how, but they definitely have kind of a set way in which they try to engage the community for sure.
Thank you. The other piece is on the mobile pharmacy pilot. Do we have a map or a list of places where that is? I know that might be very sensitive information, but I'd like to learn if there's any, what those sites are in South County.
Yeah, absolutely. So they go to the sites that our harm reduction program already goes. So in right now, the South County site for our harm reduction program is at VHC Gilroy. Okay. We've sort of, at this point, the mobile pharmacy is going out at 2 of our sites, which the VHC Gilroy site is currently not one, but as we think about expansion, that is definitely something we can think about.
Yeah, I would love for you to also align with the Latino Health Assessment and what the data said there. The Department of Public Health already did a lot of really great work in that respect, and so if we could pursue some of those populations, that would be really wonderful. Okay, and I think those are, oh, this is the last one. I talked a little bit about the public awareness campaigns on fentanyl and cannabis and methamphetamine, and I'm wondering, how do we know when these campaigns are actually effective, that they're moving folks along? How do we determine that? Because I'm sure that that's an expensive use of funds, especially if we're doing bus, right? Bus alone is just, and I'm thinking media, traditional media is pretty expensive. And so how do we know that we're moving the needle on those campaigns?
I think that's the $1 million question. We have measured recall of the different media campaigns, and we can say that there is pretty high recall weeks and months following. But I think that is the challenge around prevention, is that it is really hard to measure. I mean, we know overall that our fentanyl overdoses have decreased locally as well as nationally, and we do say that a lot of that is to some of the good work that many of the jurisdictions across the country, ours included, have done around fentanyl. But it's hard to make a direct connection between the cause and effect, and I think but we do know that some sort of messaging, but the amount, it's not clear.
Yeah. It would be interesting to figure out if maybe younger is better in terms of generations, right? And then what is appropriate for each kind of age range in between, right? And then how do we follow what is actually happening across the county and the high schools that are seeing more folks who are overdosing? I'm sure that information is very sensitive, you hear about it just from students and parents and folks like that. But as a parent, that would really concern me, that we don't get that information, right? That there's overdoses, especially around fentanyl. It's so sensitive. And then how do we carry that message with our teens and within that culture, right? To break some of those beliefs in terms of what, and we've all gone through this, because you're young, nothing will ever happen to you, right? And there's a level of fortitude there, which is wonderful, but at the same time, fentanyl will get any one of us. How are we pursuing maybe the younger generation?
So the prevention campaigns are targeted towards the younger generation for reasons that you mentioned. Our prevention team also provides, by contract, different types of sort of prevention activities that the idea is that you have life building skills to basically push away any, I think, peer or other sort of pressures to try substance use. And so definitely that is available to the school districts across the county. So that is, a number, and we do provide it on an evidence-based, different types of programs for those school districts.
And Supervisor, if I can just add, I think you're asking all the right questions, and it can be challenging to determine the sort of direct cause of a reduction or an elimination. And that's why I think we have to develop and implement a kind of broad campaign that is utilizes marketing, that utilizes outreach, Narcan distribution, and we described some of that on slide 17. And also critical to all of that is having a kind of cross-county interdepartmental work group to continuously review information, trends, and then strategize and about how to modify our current strategies to continue to have impact and try to measure it as best we can.
Mm-hmm. It is. I feel like we need to be more surgical with some of the campaigns to really be able to pivot. I have my own campaign going on with my 16-year-old, soon to be 17 in 2 weeks, less than 2 weeks. He keeps reminding me. And it just really concerns me because I hear about some of his friends or some. Now, I don't know if it's the fear of God. No, I'm kidding. It really isn't. It's about education. So I have had a lot of conversations with my son about what happens with your brain when you start taking drugs and how it's stagnant in terms of development. If you continue to use it on a long-term basis. And so, but not every kid is going to get that message, right? And I would love to see us follow some other red flags that are happening in our high schools, certainly in our junior highs, that have nothing to do with overdoses, because those or substance use, because that's always going to be underreported. But there's kiddos who have chronic absenteeism, right? And those kiddos are falling behind. And if you're falling behind, you're feeling stressed. And if you're still feeling stressed, you're going to try to find some relief. Those are primed for substance use. And I'd love for us to be proactive about those kiddos, because somebody else is being very proactive on the streets with them, and giving away stuff so that they can test and they can use. And so I would really love to see a plan that is quick to pivot with the kind of data that we already know. We don't need to have any additional data. We already have data about chronic absenteeism and those other red flags that we already know tell us that these kiddos are dealing with a lot of stress. And so I'm hoping that by maybe next quarter that you have something different or that we can work offline. I'm participating in the former Mayor's Gang Task Force, now Youth Empowerment Alliance, and I would really love to see have us bring a level of change to the way that we are connecting with our youth, to be more in the moment, and to really be able to pivot. I know our systems are huge and we're not, it's like a big giant. But when we have our kiddos who are in such a sensitive age range, we don't have that time to talk to our systems and figure these things out, and we just need to pivot and figure out how to support them. Okay, which also is no, I'm not going to talk about that. Okay. So that's the end of my questions and my comments. Obviously, you already understand what I'm really interested in. I'll look forward to talking with you offline about this. And I see no more light, so I'll ask for Curtis. We have a motion and a second. If we could go ahead and call the vote.
Yes, we have a motion from Supervisor Ellenberg with a second from Supervisor Lee. Supervisor Abakoga?
Aye.
Supervisor Jung?
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Vice President Arenas?
Yes.
President Lee?
Aye.
Motion carries to 5.
Thank you. We're going to move to item number 14. And I'm just going to check in with my colleagues. We have a couple of items left, and I'm wondering, should we move through lunch, try to get this through? We have President Lee until 12:50 for his sake. But if we're getting hangry, we can always go to the back. And for all of you who are out there listening to us, when we move to the green room, when we move to the back, there's a system that allows for us to stay connected to the meeting, and so we're listening to all of the conversations in case any of my colleagues decide to step out. They are continuing to listen to us. Okay, so we're just going to power through, and next is our item number 14. This is Valley Homeless Healthcare Program. Welcome. Welcome. This is a theme now. So we're ready for you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Vice President Arenas and members of the board. My name is Christy Rouse. I'm Assistant Nurse Manager working with Valley Homeless Healthcare Program, and I'm here with Celine Ho, Health Center Manager. In today's board packet, we have provided our budget update for your review and approval. We're in year 3 of our 3-year term for the HRSA homeless grant, and we have fully claimed the $2.6 million for this grant from June 1st of 2025 through May 30th of 2026. We have also included our governing board's work plan for the fiscal year, which outlines areas that the board is responsible for reviewing and approving, such as fiscal management, quality improvement program, and policies and procedures related to the homeless program. So we will leave it open for any questions you may have for us.
Thank you so much. Before we begin to ask questions, I'm going to ask Curtis to see if we have public comment.
I have no cards in chambers and no hands raised on Zoom, so no public comment.
And I'm going to move to have our Supervisor Ellenberg speak.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the report today. I appreciate, as always, your work, as well as County Council's work for providing an opportunity to provide feedback on the most recent July report. With that mechanism now in place, are we now compliant in all areas identified by HRSA as part of the most recent operational site visit last October?
Yes, we are. Thank you for your question. We are in compliance with all of the program requirements that HRSA has provided. We are always in a constant state of readiness, And so we are always monitoring our quality improvement programs, our policies and procedures, as well as meeting monthly as part of the HRSA requirements. Thank you.
Thank you. And does the 3-year cycle kind of reset every year so we're always going, or does it come to an end and we begin with something newly developed for the next 3 years?
Yes, so the grant term is for a 3-year period. We are in fact having to apply every 3 years, and so we are in the process of compiling the documents and preparing for the application. It's called a service area application, and it would be for another 3-year term. And that application is due on December 10th, and it will be presented to the board for approval before submission.
And what are you hearing around likelihood concerns with renewal, given the state of HHS right now?
Yes, thank you for that. We're monitoring that very closely. We actually work very closely with our HRSA project officer in terms of, in fact, we have a quarterly call with the project officer to kind of go through our application.
Has that, sorry to interrupt, has that person been constant for more than a year?
That's also another great question. In fact, it is a new project officer than the one that we've had for many, many years. And so they have been newly assigned to us. And that is one of the reasons for the call as well, so for them to understand our system and to give them more information about our homeless program and our progress.
And this is, I know not everyone does provides homeless healthcare services the way we do, but is this a county-specific grant? Do counties across California apply for this grant, and do states across the U.S. all apply for the same grant?
Yes, this is a federal grant, and so they're actually, at the last operational site visit, they were saying that there's actually like 1,400 grantees across the nation in various designations. For us, it is a homeless grant. For others, it could be a community health center grant, it could be a migrant farm workers grant, and so for us, it's specifically to our homeless program.
Great. And as of now, you haven't heard that that program is being cut or diminished?
As of now, I have not heard that, and we will continue to work on our submission and submit our application timely.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And I'm happy to move approval of the recommended action.
I'm happy to second.
Wonderful, thank you. And I'm going to ask a couple of questions. I know that in the grant budget update, there is mostly staff salaries, right? And so one of the areas of concern that I see is that for our unhoused and for many other different populations, we need like a case manager. We need somebody who follows up, who stays connected, who builds a relationship, right? And a lot of the times the medical staff is not that person because they have to continue to provide medical care just so that we can continue to build and be sustainable. And so are there any other support staff that maybe are not in part of the budget and funded in another way?
Yes, thank you so much for your question. The grant funds, the total grant amount is $2.6 million a year. And so the easiest way for us to claim those is through these staff positions. However, our Valley Homeless Healthcare Program, as you know, is quite large, and we have many other positions, not just these that are being claimed. And so one of the areas that, as you have mentioned, is we have community outreach specialists that do the engagement and build that rapport with the patients. And they are the ones that are working side by side with our providers, whether it be in the backpack medicine program or some of the other encampment sites that we go to. They are an integrated team, and so we also have social workers and all the other non-medical providers.
Thank you. I just wanted to sigh, a sigh of relief. I knew that was probably the way that it worked. Thank you for just confirming that. As you talked, and you talked, this is about our homeless population, and I was just reading a report on how I think there's the highest increase in homelessness among our teens, right? Especially our high school students. And I wonder, how are we targeting that population?
That is actually a great question. We have a lot of our folks that we're seeing are adults. And so, and unless they're with families, we haven't had a very robust program around targeting teen youth, and that's an area that we are looking to do a better job of.
Mm-hmm.
And I think a lot of times, you know, our teen youth are actually quite resourceful as well. And so there has to be different ways for us to be able to reach out to them. And I think that's one of the areas that we kind of need to focus on and work on a little bit more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think every district collects information that's self-reporting, right? And I think it's the McKinney-Vento folks who do it at a countywide through the County Office of Ed. But I think the most important is to look at those zip codes that we know are perpetually in areas of poverty. You know, the 95122s, the 95116s, and not to say that those are the only ones, because I think homelessness among our teens is an issue that is statewide. It's not exclusive to just this county because of its high cost of living. It's just across our state. And so I think we need to begin to take a look at our teens in a different way. A lot of them, you know, are either fending for themselves in terms of food, looking for places to kind of do their homework. And I think I've shared this before, where we had a teen center over at Eastridge, the mall, because there is that part of the district, my former council district, and still in my district now, is a desert in terms of agencies out there, right? And so, and services, and because it's kind of on the edge of the east side. And so lots of folks just kind of forget it as it's coming into the Evergreen area. And so anyways, we had established this after school program, and it wasn't until years later that a brother and a sister reached out to me as a supervisor and thanked me for setting that up, because they said that, you know, we were homeless. We slept in our car, and that was the only place that we could actually do our homework and be interacting with other folks while mom got out of work, and then, you know, grabbed them, and then they would go and into their car. But that is just one story that is multiplied by many. And we know that there are safe parking sites throughout our county, especially in those zip codes that we know are always just have a lot of issues and have a lot of need. Is there an opportunity for us to start making some gains in targeting our homeless youth? And maybe this is part of the Youth Empowerment Alliance that I spoke about earlier. They already know where the kiddos are at, and so you don't have to do a lot of guessing, but people have already established a lot of really good relationships, understand who and what is in their schools and what's impacting their schools. So I would love to connect with you offline, and we can have a long conversation about this. Okay, so I'm going to move on to the governing board, the work plan, and I saw that there's ways for you to garner some feedback from patients, and there were suggestion boxes and things of that sort. And I'm sure there's always, I would be scared to have a suggestion box for our supervisor meeting here. But we kind of do in public comment. That's our suggestion box. So how do you collect information outside of that suggestion box? Because there's folks who may not be who may not be able to write or are just not comfortable doing that, is there any opportunities for focus groups or maybe phone calls when there is a phone available? Any other way that you're garnering some of that feedback, and then how are you integrating that?
That's a great question, Supervisor Rennes. So on our survey form as well, we try to make it, we also use pictures. So,
Perfect.
So we're trying to hit all of the different models if people, have a hard time reading. We also plan to use our community outreach specialists to help communicate and interview clients while they're transporting or while they're in the clinics. And also our registration staff and nursing staff at the same point, if they are unable to fill out the forms, to sit with them and help them fill it out.
What would you say from the people who actually take the time to do that? What would you say is the number one feedback that you get from folks?
I think from our last survey, we did previously we did an annual survey, and one of the high need areas was mental health services.
Oh, and so then how do you then integrate what you hear in the feedback? Do you bring folks in from psychiatry or?
Yeah, we actually have psychiatric services at all of our sites available. Even if we don't have a psychiatrist, like for backpack, for instance, we have them remotely available if needed.
Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, and then lastly, I just want to make sure that in your uniform data system clinical metrics and Q1 plan, that there is mention for equity. The plan reviews the UDS clinical metrics, but doesn't call out equity or racial, ethnic disparities or language access. And if you could integrate that, that would be wonderful. And if you take a look at what has already been done in the Latino health assessment, it'll help also identify some of the demographic and ethnic needs, especially relating to health, as they're overall, Latinos are living 2 years less than the general population. They're delaying health care also by a number of years. And so there's a lot of impacts to that population. The population is also 40% of it is younger than 25. So that means elders are not living through, right? They are not there. So there's a lot of loss in terms of life and wisdom and family. Okay, that is my feedback.
We can certainly incorporate that in our next quarterly improvement report.
Thank you, I appreciate that. All right, Curtis, it looks like we don't have no more lights, and here we are for our roll call.
All right, we have a motion from Supervisor Ellenberg, second by Supervisor Abed-Koga. Supervisor Abed-Koga?
Aye.
Supervisor Young?
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Vice President Arenas?
Me too, yes.
President Lee?
We look up.
President Lee, are you there?
I think he's there.
Well, he seems to.
See? Yeah. The voice speaks.
All right, motion carries.
Yeah, thank you.
Awesome. We got you, President. Okay, so we're moving right along to item 15. This is Merit System Rules Amendments. And I'm not sure who's presenting, but
I'll be presenting on this item, but we're joined also by David Hebner, ESA Director, and Michelle Kwan, who's the Assistant Director for the Human Resources Department. I'm really excited about this item coming in front of the board. The genesis was a agreement as part of our last round of negotiations with SEIU Local 521 to have a focused, small committee process to look comprehensively at our merit system rules, something that had not been done in many years. And the last effort at which was I'll just say it didn't result in very many significant changes to the merit system rules. This is the second round of significant merit system rule changes coming out of that process. And I just want to thank the members of the committee, both on the county side and from SEIU 521, who worked for many months to carefully go through all of these merit system rules and reach a consensus agreement. And that includes the two folks you see here, Brian Darrow, folks from County Council, and of course all the folks from SEIU 521, including their leadership, who was directly engaged and involved throughout the process. It's been a very collaborative process. We then, of course, had to engage in conversations with the rest of our employee organizations, including, in particular, SEMA, which is the other union that has representation across all of the county's departments, and so really has similar breadth as Local 521 does across the organization in interaction with the merit system rules. This item did go through the Personnel Board, did receive a favorable recommendation from the Personnel Board. I want to just highlight one specific set of changes in this package of merit system rule changes before the board. And that is changes that will allow unclassified, provisional, and extra help employees to, for the first time, be eligible for hiring through transfer and promotional processes instead of being forced to go through open competitive processes, which are much slower and require a different examination process under the merit system rules. In other words, to put it in plain English, a streamlined process for our extra help and unclassified staff to be able to move into permanent positions at the county. It's a very significant change. We will be, assuming adoption by the board today and a second reading, we will be doing training for hiring managers and department heads around these rule changes, but it's something we're very excited about because it should help open the process up and address something that has been a real source of challenge for many years. And as somebody who personally had to go through that process since I started at the county as extra help and then was unclassified and only then moved into a permanent coded position, I can attest myself to the cumbersome nature of that process for county employees, many of whom have had to go through those efforts and reapply time and again for their positions. So we're excited about it. It does, come unfortunately at a time when we're probably not going to see the same volume of hiring, given the overall fiscal environment, but maybe that's a good opportunity to make sure these changes are rolled out in a very smooth manner. And of course, they'll be durable for many years to come. We're excited about that. We're excited about a number of the other changes as well in here. But I wanted to highlight that, thank the staff who've been involved and engaged, really thank SEIU, very thoughtful meetings. I was personally at most of these meetings and very thoughtful conversations and discussions that have been really fruitful. I think it's a process that has been quite successful in making major changes. And of course, we've already seen that because the first round of changes included a new merit system rule that really facilitated hiring for the regional acquisition. And that process, for those of you who are aware of the 2019 process, was much smoother for employees as a direct result of that change. So these are the kinds of things that sometimes go less seen, less visible, but are really foundational. And we have tried to really focus energy and effort in partnership on some of these more foundational things that sometimes take a little time to come to fruition, but will pay massive dividends for the organization for years to come. So we're very pleased to present these to the board.
Well, I'm excited too. Okay, and I'm sure our public is just as well. Can we check and see if there's public comment?
Looks like we have one hand raised on Zoom. I have no cards in chambers. Give it just one moment. Looks like we're holding at one hand on Zoom, so we have one speaker.
We'll go ahead and do 2 minutes.
All right, our speaker is Sophia Mahoney-Rural. Please accept the unmute.
Hi there, hopefully I'm audible. So I did not necessarily go from extra help to permanent in this particular agency, but I did spend several years as a seasonal employee at various private and public sector organizations. And it was, I can attest to the cumbersome nature of those recruitment processes. They can be confusing, drawn out, and frustrating, especially when you are a candidate that feels you have or can prove that you have significant sort of workplace and institutional knowledge and experience, only to not be selected or to have to go through an open competitive process. So I have talked to many, many of our extra help employees who are very excited to feel like they, in a certain way, can sort of start their careers or start the next phase of their lives by attaining this higher level of employment stability, consistency in their schedules. Benefits are a huge thing that I've heard people talk about. This is an especially pertinent time for people to be thinking about things like how they get access to healthcare. And so I just commend in advance our board for hopefully approving and then finalizing next month this proposal. And I yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you. That concludes public comment.
Wonderful. Okay, so I see some lights. Supervisor Young.
Thank you, thank you. James, I just want to thank you, and David, thank you for this work, and to our labor partners for the convenes and thoughtful discussions that have been had. James, ditto to everything you said. As someone who has also moved between unclassified, classified, back to unclassified, ultimate unclassified position right now, and also as someone who has been a hiring manager, the cumbersome process is both frustrating for the applicant and the office or the program that's in desperate need of the right staffers. So just, I'm excited about this change. It's deeply substantive in terms of how we can make it easier and more effective to have the right people transfer and promote or transition to permanent positions within our organization. I also want to just use this time as well to make an ask for also the form, both the function and the form of how we present or abide by the merit system rules, or how we hire. I'll use an example. Once upon a time, as an applicant and as a hiring manager, I'll start with the applicant. As an applicant, if I made it to the round of interviews, I would get an email there was no telling when that email would come. It could be 6 months from the time of application. It could be 6 days from the time of application that says, you are going to move on to the next round. You have to call this number within 3 days and to confirm that you're still interested in the position and schedule an appointment. So I still have very vivid memories of, oh my God, is it 3 business days? It's a Friday. No one's going to answer the phone. Can I leave a message? I didn't see this email until today. It was sent yesterday. Did I lose a day? So I would just say also to accompany the great substantive work that we're doing to enhance and operationalize our processes, that we also think about the way it's presented to staff or presented to prospective applicants. Thank you. With that, I make a motion to approve.
I'm happy to. Oh, I'm happy for President Lee to second it.
Okay, it sounds like, Supervisor Young, you made the motion and you were a second.
Otto seconded it
Oh,
faster.
Otto, that was Otto?
I assume so.
Oh,
That's
okay.
me.
Okay.
That was you. Okay. I didn't hear the voice. Okay, so sorry, President Lee. All right, so it sounds
I
like.
do have a comment to
Oh,
make,
I'm
if
so
that's all right.
sorry. I thought that's why you had your mic on. I apologize. Yes, Supervisor Allenberg.
Thank you. I'll extend my appreciation as well to both administration and our labor partners. These revisions are clearly good for both employees and hiring managers. Really appreciate your insight, having been in so many roles at the county. Supervisor Young, I want to take the opportunity to lift up again the caregiver returnship program, which I know has been off to a very slow start, but I see what's happening with the merit rules as really being another step in county leadership prioritizing pathways for caregivers who are returning to the workforce. And for those of you who may not be familiar with the program coming out of the pandemic, I created, I believe in partnership with Supervisor Chavez, the Caregiver Returnship Program, to explore new ways to tap into the talent pool of caregivers. And while that program focused on new hires, I think this update in the merit system rules related to extra help may also effectively create more pathways for caregivers to transition from part-time to full-time work. So I hope that attention will continue to be paid there. I would like at some point to be able to report that the program is a success, but I don't think we're there yet. But we'll continue to observe and be supportive. Thank you.
President Lee?
Yes, good afternoon. If you can hear me okay. Very excited to see that these batch of changes to merit system rules are going to be approved. And I want to thank the administration, SEIU 521, and the labor partners for the hard work to update these rules. These are really, really long overdue, and I've been hearing these issues since the very day I got on the board 5 years ago. So I hope these streamlining the hiring process would offer our hiring managers more choices, and hope that this will continue to see more changes and enhance experience of the candidates receive when they apply to work for the county much more quicker. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I will also add to the gratitude that my colleagues have just expressed. Thank you for the work. I know that this is a sensitive area, and it's always a pleasure to see when people agree, when we are aligned, that we can move forward. We heard early at the top of the day a speaker who came in and spoke exactly about this, that he was extra help, that he was, he was just moving, and I forget what the next step was after a very limited extra help. He was looking to become permanent, right? Which is what we want our folks to do. We want folks to progress into our system, especially if they already have the skill set. So congratulations on bringing us to this place. That means that you all were very effective with our unions, and of course I'm grateful to our unions for making sure that we move along. And so my question is, what is next? Like, we're on top of the world here. What are we going to do next?
Well, we have a number of things underway. So as I mentioned, along with this, we will then be rolling out training to hiring managers so that they can effectively utilize these rule changes. And there's a number of them. I highlighted the most significant, but there's other very significant and substantive changes included in this round as well. And then, David, I don't know if you want to speak at all to some of the other pieces that have been mentioned, but related to the process and the experience of hiring here at the county.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thanks, James, and thank you all for your comments, and thanks for our union partners, and then obviously everybody on the county side for the partnership on this. It was really a team effort that, as James highlighted, started actually before I joined, and takes a lot of work to get here, and just a huge kudos to everyone involved. In terms of what's next, I think it's important to always think about that there are different levers at our disposal whenever we're thinking about improving HR processes. We have rules, but we also have technology, we also have processes. And so as we implement these, we want to make sure that we understand what are the other things that we need to be doing to make this most effective from both a candidate and a hiring manager experience. It actually all goes for naught if it really is clunky in terms of how it's rolled out and in terms of how it's implemented. And as we do that, I think new opportunities will arise. One of the ones that we've actually already heard about is needing to think about the transfer process itself. We're actually going to be growing that process, right? We're having more people now going through it, some of whom might not be or not coded. And so how does that change our transfer process and how we have to think about it? So I think it's by wearing that sort of iterative hat that we can actually continue to think about how we can improve the candidate experience, going back to Supervisor Jung's point. And that's really one of the major things that we're trying to optimize for is the experience of our candidates and hiring managers as they go through the process. So we're going to continue iterating, whether it's on hiring or on other parts of the employee experience, to try to really optimize for a better experience for everybody involved.
I would just add one of the sets of changes that was made here was to delete some of the language and the rules that was very prescriptive on the manner in which we communicated. So, how notices were given, and to delete that level of detail from the merit system rules so that we can continue to adapt with technology to whatever is the more effective means of communication. So we didn't just want to update it to, replace, mail with email or something like that, but actually just remove that level of prescription from the rules so that whatever tomorrow's thing might be, maybe it's an app-based thing, maybe it's something else, we're able to actually adapt in real time. Because one of the challenges we've historically had is a lot of process has actually been written into the rules themselves in ways that codified specific technology or specific ways in which we achieve certain outcomes. So, there's still, of course, timelines in the rules. There's still numbers in the rules. It's still a merit system process, but we've really tried to take it up to a slightly higher level that's more appropriate for an ordinance code.
Thank you. I'm excited about the kind of technology that can be integrated into our systems to actually help us improve, because I recognize our systems move slow, but they move slow because they also rely on people for each process as the process moves along. And when we integrate, when we have a very integrated system, then we move faster, right? And sometimes we're going to have to rely on, yes, I'll say it, AI, whatever. We will have to rely on technology to move us along. But AI cannot do what you, and of course your team, everybody has done, which is have a conversation and come to terms of how to improve our process in a way that is meaningful for the people who are involved. And so for that, congratulations once again for the really good work. Now we're going to put this to vote because we have a motion and a second on the floor.
Yes, that's a motion from Supervisor Jung, seconded by President Lee. Supervisor Abekok?
Aye, thank you.
Supervisor Jung?
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Vice President Arenas?
Yes.
President Lee?
Aye as well.
Motion carries unanimously.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. We are going to move to item, I believe item 50 is next. These are items removed from the consent calendar. I'm not sure if there's somebody who's going to, oh, welcome. Welcome. And I will also recognize that President Lee, you may need to log off, and so we will miss you.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it, sir.
We only have two more items, which is item 50 and 57, which are being were removed off of consent. Thank you. All right, welcome. This is an item that I removed from consent, and so I'm not sure if there's something you would like to share before I begin to ask questions.
No, I think we're just here to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Well, isn't that convenient?
I would just add one thing. Can you remind me the comprehensive report related to this topic is scheduled to come back to the board? Is it November 4th? Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah, so we already have a scheduled comprehensive substantive report on progress on this scheduled for November 4th.
Okay, so I won't do all of the questions now. I'll be light on this, okay? Like a diet soda. All right, so I want us to begin with some of the findings that were part of the grand jury report and some of the recommendations. And so I'm just going to go through a couple of the findings. I won't go through everything. How about this? We'll stick to 3 findings that I want to talk to you about. And then we'll have a more comprehensive, in-depth conversation later. But I do, what I would like is for us to recognize, and I know there was it wasn't a demonstration, but it was really a coming together of folks who were concerned about our system as a whole and the system that holds our children, our child welfare system, and of course the death of baby Phoenix, and that was yesterday, and there was a lot of folks who continue to be concerned, as they should be. because because we are meant to continue to hold space for our children and for our youth and for our babies. And as related to this grand jury report, I know this is more of our youth that is older. And part of I think the process of improving a system is also recognizing some of its limitations. And so I know that finding number 2 has states that the county has underperformed in delivering a complete continuum of care for high acuity youth. And I know the county partially agrees with this finding. And, you know, what I wanted to say about this is that our system is sometimes disjointed, not connected as well as we want it to be. And that is meant not as a criticism, but because you're part of a different department, and you know, behavioral health is not necessarily going to be part and parcel of what DFC, Department of Family and Children's Services, is doing. But there's always an intention of integration, right? But we as people need to propel that kind of integration. And then, of course, you have folks like ourselves who ask you for those to integrate in that way. And I think you heard the items before us. We talked exactly about that, about integration. And so for me, what I want to express is that as long as we continue to have children or youth that are in juvenile hall who have a file that is too large, and testimonies that express all of the hardships, all the adverse childhood experiences that they've had to face that led them to where they are, which is juvenile hall or the ranch, that is painfully a indicator for me that we could do better, right? And so I think for me, I want us to make sure that we recognize that we could be a more complete continuum of care for our youth, only because I think that would allow us to continue to move in that direction. And so I wanted to hear just from you your thoughts about that continuum of care and being that gatekeeper, if you will, of youth in the same way. And Rachel, you'll maybe understand where I'm coming from with this. Not that no one else will, just you and me. But you know, we were part of First Five, where there wasn't a continuum of care for children 0 through 6, right? And First Five became that gatekeeper, not only in a positive way. A lot of the times gatekeepers keep people out, but it really held this age range in a way that wasn't held before, right? And looked out for those children and made sure that there were a system of care that really responded to their needs. And so I see this finding in the same way, because I don't see a continuum of care, and I don't see a system of care that holds our school-age children and, you know, our high school children, and then, you know, our young adults that are aging out of our systems in the same way, right? There isn't a first, I don't know what it would be, first teen. There isn't a First Five equivalent, is what I'm saying. And so how do we as a system become that for that youth? Because they're moving along from one department to the next. And so my question to you is, how do we do that? How do we become those advocates for our children so that we look at the system of care? I'll let you.
Thank you, Vice President Arenas. That is an excellent question, and I think One of the primary kind of goals of the Office of Children and Families Policy is to try to figure out the most effective ways that we can, as a system within the county and external with our partners in schools and with cities, identify what are the biggest needs of children, especially what you're like adolescents, teens through young adults, because you're referencing like the juvenile justice population.
Right.
And how do we as a system kind of wrap around those children and give them, what they need to succeed all the way along the continuum. So this report obviously is kind of the intervention space, right, where we're trying to find really good placements where we can, as a system, work together, but we want to work downstream, right, with schools and families earlier on. It was interesting, I was just talking yesterday about the need to really think critically about middle school supports, for example. And it's really understanding what is going on in communities that's coming up as top of mind, and it shifts. Like, we've been talking a lot about the impacts of the new administration and fears around immigration and some of the stresses that's putting on families. That's very different than maybe a year ago where it might have been something else, right? A couple years ago, fentanyl was like the #1 thing, which is still an issue. So it's taking all of these issues and thinking about how do we as a system address and provide the supports for young people at different stages of their lives and for families. So one of the projects that's a priority for this fiscal year, as you know, because the referral originated with you, is the Schools County Collaborative, and that is in the works of getting started. I think that's a great opportunity to identify the needs, do more effective connections with county services, with city services, and then report back as well, so that we're very publicly kind of reporting on what we are identifying as the needs and how we're addressing it as a system. So I'm really excited about that, and I think having a special office that's very unique to the county to address those needs puts us in a very unique position to be able to move this work. I don't want to take up too much airspace, but I also think we've got some really important initiatives happening right now with the City of San Jose's master plan, with the South County Youth Task Force, that give us some very natural collaborative community spaces to really hear directly real time what's happening. And those spaces are incredibly important for us to kind of keep a pulse on what's happening. And I've been super impressed by just how many county staff, various city staff, and community partners are in those spaces. So I would say we're pretty well poised to address a lot of the issues, but we really need to be diligent about that feedback loop in different spaces. So I hope that helps.
No,
answer the
it really
question.
does, and I think you helped answer that question about the office. I think it could be really that holder, right? One of the reasons that I helped initiate the Child and Youth Master Plan over at the City of San Jose is because we didn't have a continuum of care. We don't have a system of care for the City of San Jose because we, under the cities, guys, you take care of the potholes, the parks, you do some recreation, you do some library services and activities. And under the library, there was a lot of movement towards allowing for programs to target teens so that they can come back to school, so that they can finish their high school diploma, so that they can also get some stipends for college, but it was more like these headliners that the mayor had chosen, and there was a compilation of programs, but it wasn't necessarily programs that scaffolded and worked off of each other. And so it is one of the reasons why I wanted the system of care. And that the city is not going to be everything to everyone, right? So they're going to look to the other partners to fill some of those holes. And I love that we are doing that as partners for the city, because we have to be, right? If we want to be effective, we have to be really good partners. And so I really appreciate that. I appreciate you also bringing up the County Schools Collaborative, because I think that's another opportunity for us to do that. I think that we also need to have our own version through our County and Schools Collaborative, have our own version of the Child and Youth Master Plan that compiles the outcomes of the different departments that work with our children and our youth, right? And I say children because, those 12-year-olds and 11-year-olds, and if they're not teens just yet, but they're getting into some hot water just as well and need our support. And so I don't want to forget them. But I'm glad you're bringing that up. I think I'm using this as an opportunity to have this conversation about, when somebody when the grand jury has a review of your system, I think it's a really good opportunity for us to begin to ask some of the questions about how do we change our systems. And I know that you're all creating movement within your own respective. We talked earlier, Key, about how you're leveraging some of the Medi-Cal reimbursement for housing needs, right? Something that we had never done before. And so I know that there's progress within each of the systems, but then how do we become the holders? And how do we develop our own strategic plan to make sure that we are all aligned, that we don't have to, yes, we should check in with each other all the time, but that we have common goals that we are all that we're making movement towards. Sarah, you're leaning in, is that?
I am, because I just want to reference that I think we're really well poised to do that kind of work, because we've got two really useful resources that I know we've presented on recently: the children's budget, which we're getting more and more information that's going to be quite valuable as we think about resources and making sure that we're being as efficient and effective with our limited dollars in terms of serving children and families. We also have the children's data book, which gives us a lot of data, right? And then we have the Latino health assessment as well. So we've got all these really rich information sources that I think give us a lot of the community and population data that we need to have these discussions around what are the priorities and how are we aligning systems. So in a sense, in the past year, we've really positioned ourselves well to come together and come up with kind of what are the priorities. And we have a really nice inventory of who is doing what, because there's a lot of work going on, but we want to make sure that we're streamlining it and that those families, they don't see kind of all these systems, they're just getting what they need in the most effective way possible. So I just want to say that I think that with the office and with some of the work that we're doing in these different areas, and that public health is leading around the implementation of Latino health assessment recommendations, we're going to be really well poised to kind of get right into what are the goals, what's the strategic vision, and come up with some metrics to measure how well we're doing as a system. So I hope that helps. I just wanted to elevate those, that we're I think positioned well to put something together that gets us in a more strategic space.
I love it. Thank you so much. I'm going to move into the next finding, that is, because no one person has a responsibility and authority for the delivery of a continuum of care for high acuity youth, there is no singular sense of urgency or coordinated priorities across departments to deliver solutions. And so this is something that the county disagreed on, but I think we just finished recognizing this to be true, right? Because this is the direction that we're moving. Because we are, you just finished saying, we are positioned to take advantage of being more strategic, right? So if we hadn't, it's because either we hadn't thought about our systems doing that before, right? Or we weren't positioned, or we didn't have the staff, or we didn't have the point in time for us to actually do that. And I think it's okay to recognize that we had limitations because we were working to make sure that we serve the public in a way that honors them. And sometimes we do that so much that we forget to be strategic, right? we forget to make movements towards being more strategic. And so I think it's okay to recognize that, and if that happens, I don't want it to translate as lack of urgency, but it could be taken as that, right? If we're not urgent with some of these matters, people may think that it's not important to us. And so I do want to recognize and appreciate the level of progress that has been made since not only baby Phoenix, but the other babies that have passed away under our care. And because we want to honor them, we have made some progress, but we're not there yet. We are definitely not there yet. And so I think it's okay for us to recognize that and figure that out, and to make the next moves. Because for me, it would be when we drop the ball, behavioral health picks it up. And I mean, when this kiddo transitions from DFCS into another department because of need, that they are able to hold that space and to support that child well. And unfortunately, the Department of Probation is also one of those holders of space. And so we need to make sure that we integrate them into the conversation, and we haven't done that, right? And so I don't think it's fair to say that maybe there's not urgency, but there's definitely lack of coordination, and that may translate to that, right? And for those folks who are working at front lines, they may feel that way, and I would love change to happen like that, right? That the process that former supervisor Chavez and I began, oh my gosh, almost 2 years ago, that we are just now starting to see some of that progress happen, because we had to have conversations with our stakeholders, joint conversations with our stakeholders, checking back in, and that takes time. And so it may come across as lack of urgency, but I think it's a kind of investment that we take in order to make sure that what we are doing now is going to lend itself to longevity and to changes for our systems, and hopefully will be part of the solution. So I just wanted to publicly say that and recognize that. And yes, there are things that our systems have not done well, but I think all of you who are sitting in front of me are making a huge progress, making progress within your own respective systems. But now we need to integrate, now we need to coordinate. And I think you answered it from the first finding that I brought up, Sarah. We are poised and we're positioned to actually do that. Okay, so the next finding is the county does not know the total cost of continuum of care across multiple departments for high acuity youth, and therefore cannot determine how effectively taxpayer dollars are being spent. This one, the county disagrees with the finding, and I disagree with that, with that response, and I'll tell you why. Because we don't know how much we are paying for that youth across systems. If you can tell me right now that you can figure out if this child had multiple cases and the cost of providing services for those multiple cases that child had, that then progressed into maybe probation system, that then also during that time we figured out that they also needed to have more stability because there was behavioral health issues and needed to be in a SDRTP. You tell me, can we do that now?
Supervisor, I'm just lean in on this one and say, the answer is no, it's not easy to come up with those answers. And I can just give a little bit of an example. You know, a lot of the programs that our highest need youth end up in, whether they're in probation or behavioral health or in DFCS. It's hard to easily and appropriately divide the costs for that program overall at the child specific level. So for example, operating our juvenile hall, what portion of the aggregate cost for operating and staffing that facility and delivering the services we provide therein makes sense to assign to a particular child. And of course, as you've observed throughout this conversation, we have for many of these youth so many different contexts with our system across multiple departments. So we certainly agree with the conclusion that we don't track costs on a child-by-child level in that way. It's just an incredibly complicated and frankly not always easy to accurately do process to try and actually say this portion of this overall program cost is appropriate to attribute to this particular child.
I understand, but what would, and I don't need to figure out what exactly that child is costing the system. What speaks to me more is how are we figuring out how much we're investing in a certain agency that is going to deliver the kinds of services that are meaningful for that child and youth like that kiddo. That's where I think we need to make sure that we have what we need. And at this point, it seems like making reforms to the county's financial system so that we can collect information this way is too difficult. But I think what is really difficult is for us to not know the cost of these contracts across the board. At this point, I don't think that you could tell me, I'm just going to say X, Y, and Z agency, how many contracts we have with them, how much in total we are providing that agency, and in the last 3 years, how much we have invested with that agency, so that we can figure out whether that agency is actually delivering. That is the piece that I don't need to know what that investment in each of those children are, because I'm not trying to put a dollar figure to that cost and care, but I am trying to have us focus on what it is that we are investing.
Supervisor, I think we're in total agreement. So we interpreted the finding here to be, and it was consistent, by the way, with data requests, but that the finding was really focused on tracking a cost for an individual child. And for the reasons that Greta just stated, we didn't agree with that. We completely agree with you that we need to have the systems in place to timely and accurately and fully be able to track. And this has nothing to do specifically with this area. This is a much broader, I just want to emphasize, county-wide challenge, whether we're talking about these contracts or we're talking about contracts for reentry services or contracts for gender-based violence or contracts for other wraparound services or general other behavior, regardless of the domain or program area. Our current procurement systems that we have in place now, because we do not have one single, and this has ironically been the subject of different civil grand jury reports, because we don't have one unified aggregate procurement database and system as an organization, we are not able to generate that kind of information. And that is something that we're actively working on by rolling out and pushing the entire county organization to get on one procurement system. That's harder than it sounds, because there's reasons why we have multiple systems in the organization. For example, the hospital operates on a totally separate purchasing platform that's really designed for healthcare facilities. And there's advantages to that for their operational needs. Mm-hmm. The disadvantage for us is that it creates major data issues in pulling that information in. So we have an active initiative. This almost dovetails to the merit system rules conversation, which is we have an administration-led process that's looking at our core ERP systems, is what we call them. But these are the enterprise-wide systems that handle things like procurement, HR data, timekeeping, and these systems, you have these very difficult trade-offs between one unified centralized system and multiple systems that maybe are more useful for specific applications and specific domains in what is a very diverse county organization. My philosophy in those conversations is that we have to have one unified system, or at least one unified data set, even where it compromises some of those other nuances, because otherwise we cannot see, and that's true for the board, it's true for myself as county executive, we cannot see what's happening across multiple domains otherwise. So we are undertaking those efforts. They're multi-year, kind of like the merit system rule efforts. It's not, you can't just tell the hospital, for example, to abandon its PMM, purchasing system. But we are moving those forward. It's been a source of frustration, ironically, from one of the very first projects I worked on when I first started the county. I was given this assignment. We had been asked by the Attorney General's office to aggregate all of the county's purchasing across every department of all devices that had LCD monitors in them, because there was a massive antitrust-related case that they were bringing on behalf of the state and local governments across California, and they needed to prove up damages. I was a brand new attorney in the county counsel's office. I was handled that folder, and then came to discover that I had to work individually with every single county department to compile and then put together a spreadsheet to try to figure that information out. And that's in part because of these multiple systems. So it's something I've had firsthand experience in the frustration of dealing with. So we're working on that. We're working on having that comprehensive data set, and it goes well beyond this specific context. What we do have today is, of course, we do have one accounting system to know where payments are made to vendors. But that's not the data we're talking about here, which is to really understand what specific programs and services, not just who we cut checks to. Of course, we have that data comprehensively, because ultimately all payments flow through the controller's office. But this is really, we're talking about something more and more comprehensive.
Yes, and this is something that I want to make sure my colleagues, we take advantage of when a grand jury reviews and takes a look at what we're doing and gives us feedback and allows for us to also do a level of reflection. And this is the level of reflection, because what we said when we approved the measure that we approved 2 weeks ago, just about, we said we had a three-prong approach. We were going to internally do some reductions. We were going to look at external revenue sources, and of course we were going to integrate the measure. And so I think this is part of, even though it has nothing to do with this piece, it does have to do with taking a look at reductions, and how are we going to make reductions? How are we going to make sure that we don't paint ourselves into a corner with reductions, because what we're reducing today, we really don't know if that's the most efficient way of, we don't have a system to actually do what we said we were going to do. And this is what concerns me, not only for, because of this grand jury report, but because we are going to make reductions, and we don't know what the rhyme or reason will be. And many of the times we make reductions on the back of children and youth and I want to make sure that we don't, because what we have to pay later is a lot more, the investment. If we invest in our families while they have a brush, an interaction with our Department of Family and Children's Services, and we're effective because we know we're using the right agency, because we know that the outcomes that the agency has been producing are outcomes that align with evidence-based practices, with a delivery of service that really makes sense for our community, then we know we are not going to cut that agency. We're not going to reduce that agency, or that budget is not going to be maybe reduced as much as we should, because the investment is worth it. This is telling us we don't know that, because we don't have a system to tell us across within even one system, definitely across many systems. And so for my colleagues, this is not just about our youth, but this is about how are we going to make reductions in the future that actually make sense, and that we are not inadvertently creating an or we're cutting out our investments where we really shouldn't. So I won't go on much more about that, because I think I've said that a couple of different ways. I think it's just really important for us to recognize. And I'm going to recognize also that our system wasn't, we are under a CAP program. Help me now with this.
Our corrective action plan.
Corrective action plan. Oh my gosh. I've said that one too many times, and now it's just CAP. So we have a corrective action plan because the state, the social services, the State Department of Social Services made an investigation and determined that we weren't removing children. We had the lowest removal rate in the state. And what does that mean? We weren't removing children. So if we weren't removing children, then we weren't removing teenagers. We weren't removing these kiddos. And so when we say, oh, well, this is just a really, a smaller amount of kiddos, well, we weren't removing them. So they weren't in our system. Also, we were classifying them as runaways, right? So they weren't in our system. We weren't recognizing them to be in our system. And so I do want us to recognize when we haven't done right by our children and by our youth, and especially when it ends in death. And I don't know what the deaths are in terms of suicide or overdoses for this high acuity youth, but I venture to say that there also has been plenty of those, and I think it's okay for us to recognize and to be responsible and to say, we are going to do better, we are doing better, and we have plans that show that, to demonstrate that. And we have also have conversations with our community and with our stakeholders for a number of years now that show that. We're putting together a committee that's also going to, a roundtable, right, that's going to bring stakeholders into conversations to keep us transparent, to keep us in tune with what the community wants. And so, although this grand jury report may show some of the cracks in our system, I think we are doing better. I want to recognize that we are doing better, but we also need these opportunities to reflect and to continue to be aligned among, not only within one system, but among all of our systems. And I know that we are already making strides towards STRTPs through the ISF, what's the last?
ISFC plus.
plus, yes, our foster care homes that have been trained in a higher modality than others to be able to support our high acuity youth. And so we have already paths, right? A referral that I produced and we worked on together to make sure that we addressed some of the issues that this grand jury report is reflecting. And so I can say I'm proud of where we are right now, but we were our systems crack just like any other system, and we need to continually make improvements. Otherwise, our systems continue to do the same thing on repeat unless we make something different. And so I'm excited about what you started off with, Sarah. We are in this position to make a lot of changes that hopefully our youth will continue to benefit from. But I wanted to pull this because I think it's honoring our transparency, our work, and our commitment to our community that we said we were going to do what we're doing currently. And if we are off track, that they continue to share that with us. So anyways, those are my comments, those are my questions, and I don't know if my colleagues had anything more to add. If not, I'm going to make a motion to approve this report.
Second.
Okay, perfect. Anything else? I know that I spoke quite a bit, but if there's any responses, oh, come on. All right. Thank you so much. And
I would just say, I think we absolutely appreciate and recognize the urgency, the needs for significant improvements, and look forward to that November 4th report, which will be the next update on progress on these. It's a piece, but this specific piece of the broader efforts that are happening.
great. And maybe during that time, we could also incorporate some of the stakeholders so that they can also be heard. I mean, the grand jury is reflecting some of that feedback already, but I want to make sure that we don't overlook that. And did I also, Rhonda, did I ask for public comment? Oh my goodness.
No, you did not.
All right, well, let's do that now.
All right, I do have one public speaker on Zoom. Any other public speakers? Seeing none, we'll close the speaker queue. Parent, we've asked you to unmute.
Yes, I'm not proud of what we're doing in this county, and respectfully to you guys, I don't think we're doing better. And I completely disagree with Sarah Duffy. We're not poised and positioned to identify problems and achieve goals. You're not listening to the feedback loop. I mean, even this grand jury report, I mean, I think roughly half of the findings and recommendations you only partially agree with or completely disagree with. I mean, this is as a neutral party as you're gonna get, and you're not listening to the grand jury. And I mean, if I have to keep coming to meetings and begging you guys for a screening for my kids who are being sexually molested, and give you lay out all the details from rape to sexual contact between the kids, unnecessary bathing, and I still can't get a screening, then, I mean, that just goes to show that, I mean, the grand jury was completely correct. They don't have faith that the current leaders can turn things around. I mean, it's just, you can't turn it around. I mean, if I have to keep coming to meetings and begging for a stupid screening, a simple screening, and until we don't replace these leaders and hold them accountable, I mean, that's what it is. It's holding them accountable. I mean, we need to replace these people. More kids are gonna die, more kids are gonna get raped until we don't do this. And I really hope that we can just change these people out, because I mean, it's a shame on the county that we have them. Thank you for your time.
And that concludes our public speakers.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Go ahead, Rhonda, call. Call roll.
Thank you. On motion of Supervisor Arenas, second Supervisor Jung. Supervisor Abekoga?
Aye.
Supervisor Jung?
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Vice President Arenas?
Yes.
President Lee absent. Motion carries 4-0.
Great, thank you. We are moving on to item 57. Thank you so much for the presentation. Oh, the feedback, I mean. We are moving on to item 57. This is Omnibus Review Boards and Commission. And Supervisor Young, you pulled it from consent.
Yes.
Would you like to ask your questions?
Yeah, thank you so much. First of all, thank you to County Council and to Clerk of the Board for preparing this work. Our commissions are extremely important to the governance and policy setting priorities of our county organization. So the efforts to streamline, enhance experience, and promote greater participation, facilitate greater participation, because they're fully participating, is fully appreciated by me. And I'm sure don't want to speak on behalf of supervisors, but I think we can all say collectively we appreciate the contributions of our commissioners. I am in support of the changes proposed in this legislative file. There is one carve-out that I'd like to propose to my colleagues today, and that is for the Airports Commission from the proposal, the measure to fix the rotating seats. The reason being is that I would like to sit with this a little bit more, have more conversations with the staff, particularly for a commission that is so specific to 2 districts in the county, and understanding the implications of rotating seats versus fixed seats and appointing authority for that when only D2 and D1 have airports in their districts. So I just wanted some time to carve that commission out of the proposed recommendations today relating to fixing the rotating seats, just to be able to understand the full implications of what that would look like for a commission like the airport. And I'll turn to our county council. Like, is that okay, kosher, for me to carve that out in a motion today?
Yes, absolutely, Supervisor. You can make a motion to receive the report with direction from the board to not move forward with the fixing of the rotating seats as to the Airports Commission.
Yes, thank you. So moved.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, I didn't see, obviously, because I was in the back. Who is in order next? So
it's Margaret. Oh, thank you. So to clarify, for the Airports Commission, you're asking that the rotating seats are not fixed but continue to rotate?
I'm proposing that we leave the as-is structure alone for the Airports Commission.
Which is to rotate the seats.
To let the seats continue rotating for now. It's really for me to have additional time to, through the chair and through my colleagues, to be able to understand the full implications of this very this particular intersection of considerations, right? That the Airport Commission affects 2 airports and 2 districts, specific districts. That we're moving from rotating seats to fixed seats. I don't understand the full implications of that quite yet. But I do agree that for most of the policy advisory commissions, attaching the appointments of the seats to the presidency creates a structure that's much more streamlined and not as, for lack of a better term, chaotic, because it doesn't rotate. All the commissions rotate differently. So I think this is a positive development, the omnibus proposal is, but with the exception of the Airports Commission. And I also understand that the work that we're doing with streamlining the commissions and enhancing experience is an ongoing effort, and something that I can sunshine for the future is that I don't quite understand why all the commissions are not created in quantums of 5. And I think every commission, every time I ask the question, there's a different origin story. There's a different lore to that commission, how it arrived at, 7 versus 5 or 23 versus 20. I also fully recognize that a movement to make them all equal in multiples of 5 is a huge undertaking that we really also, again, like something that major would require time and also a full understanding of implications of how that will affect decisions, policy making, and the current commissioners. So I'm not proposing that today, but just on the horizon, I'm really interested in this work. I know it's on part of a more longer term ongoing conversation.
Great.
very, very robust answer.
You know, and I appreciate that. I actually had questions. I appreciate you pulling this because the rotating versus the fixed item issue, I'm still trying to grapple with too in general, because I think in concept it makes sense and probably would translate to not having real concerns, but there's an assumption that each district will have a president at some point in time. I don't know what the time frame is, but that could potentially not happen if someone were to leave early or so forth. And so my question was would this potentially create inequity amongst the districts if there was some kind of change in the presidency? So that was more my concern, but I actually like your comment about making it into multiples of 5. I know that we want an odd number, but 5 or 15, 10 wouldn't necessarily work, but I think we should be moving towards that. So I mean, I guess I would ask the clerk, like, what would it take to move towards that kind of direction? Because it is rad, they're odd to have these, extra seats that don't seem to be tied to any district.
And before you answer, Curtis, I'm so sorry to interrupt you, Supervisor.
No.
I just wanted to, I heard your motion. I was running over here, so I wasn't sure if we got a second. Did we get a second on that?
I'll second it,
Okay,
just for
perfect.
continuing
Perfect.
discussion. Yes.
Go ahead, Curtis. And then we also have a public comment right after.
Good afternoon, Curtis Boone, Clerk of the Board. I'm here with Adrian Liu, Deputy County Counsel. In regards to the conversation around where they are set and how many seats they have, that is really one of those things that I think is lost to time. So many of these have come up over time. Decisions were made when they were created as to how many members were appropriate. Frankly, in many cases arbitrarily. In some cases, there's statute or whatever that requires it. In terms of looking at a commission from a multiple of 5, I think that's certainly something we can look at. It is important for us to keep in mind quorum requirements, to keep in mind voting approval requirements, and the need for a majority, which is why we always aim for an odd number of seats. Mm-hmm. That does not preclude us from having an even number of seats by any means, but it does mean if we have a 10-member body that they need 6 to actually have a meeting. So in some ways it is better to have a 9-member body or an 11-member body just for the purposes of having quorums, for the purposes of voting and such. In regards to the question about shifting some of the rotating seats over to the board president, and the elements of kind of the dynamics of who has the authority to appoint. I think one thing to really keep in mind is generally speaking, most of these appointments are for 4-year terms. And so right now with a rotating seat, it generally is going to take 5 terms to rotate back around to a given supervisor. So we are already kind of in a place where it's going to take about 20 years for a cycle, which of course is longer than the cycle of one of your positions. So, there's obviously different dynamics there. Really what we're talking about, since we're talking about anything in a multiple of 5 being allocated, we're talking 2-3 seats per commission potentially, and of course it depends on the total number of seats and all of that. Right now, I believe the commissions that we're looking at, none of them have more than 3 seats that would be assigned to the board president under the proposal. We're looking at roughly 30 seats total, 7 to 8 appointments a year, basically going to the board president. Hopefully that kind of helps on the overall structure that we're thinking. But generally speaking, we're not. I don't believe it will result in, the board, any given board president really with an opportunity to like appoint a majority of the commission or anything like that. Given that the terms are staggered, they don't all come up at the same time, and that will kind of spread it out over time and across different board presidents.
Okay, thank you. I was actually thinking, I forgot that the president term could be 2 years, or it's been that way, which spreads it out over like 10 years, so it's a longer span, and I would actually prefer it being shorter, just to give each district that opportunity sooner. So.
In terms of the board presidency, that is up to the board. It was previously a one-year term some time ago. That was shifted, and James probably knows exactly when, but that was a shift during Cortese's.
It was around the 2015, 2016 timeframe. The policy was amended to make it a default, although it's not mandatory, of 2 years.
Right, yeah, so I think that was my concern, is if you tie it to the board president, depending on the term of the president too, right, the rotation could be longer. So I guess I'm looking at trying to find, and I know, I appreciate all the work being done on this, but something that would just, allow more opportunity for something like a rotation, just to give all the districts,
I think it may make sense to go and actually look at which of these it would make sense to adjust to the number of seats. And I actually think for many of these bodies, 10 would probably be fine, because it's not like there's a bunch of split votes that happen. Sure. And so, I think it might make sense to go ahead and look at that to try to minimize the number. I think as Curtis was trying to lay out in terms of the timeline, the existing process that we have today, because of the way terms work for the commissioners, coupled with the way terms work for the supervisors, results on any given board the reality that the rotating seats don't actually rotate through the districts while any given member of the Board of Supervisors is on the board. In other words, there are current situations where District 5 may never get the rotating seat for a particular commission while you're a member of the Board of Supervisors. So I think the problem that you're naming is actually one that is an existing issue with the rotating seats too. So that suggests to me that to the extent that we can identify commissions whose number can be adjusted to more evenly match the board, that might make sense. And whether that's to move the number of seats upwards or downwards, depending on what it might be. Now, some of these I know have more, have some more specific requirements, but I think most of these are just advisory bodies where the board has a lot of discretion. So.
Yeah. And then my suggestion to that would be, like, if it's 10, maybe we do 11, so it's just one position that the president or whoever could appoint extra.
We can certainly look as we delve deeper into it whether it makes sense to, for those that have, say, 4 rotating seats after we parcel out any divisible by 5, we can see if it makes sense to actually shrink the number down so that it is a minimum number of presidencies.
I think it's easier to manage a smaller board if you have that many to start with. So, yeah, thank you. I don't know. Could I add that to the motion then, that we direct staff to look at aligning the composition of the boards and commissions to multiples of 5 as much as possible?
Yeah, I would be amenable to that, to include that in the motion. I would just also say that that direction as part of this broader effort to re-envision, revise, and improve our boards and commissions process, I think that is a worthy consideration to delve into.
And
Supervisor, I would just add, I think where the challenge maybe is where seats are currently filled, of course, but I think, as you know, that's something where we can look, especially in bodies where there are a lot of vacancies and you're thinking about restructuring during the course of the review.
I would just echo that for some of the meeting bodies that are on the larger side and they tend to have more vacancies. It's shrinking the commission may be very valuable in terms of helping them actually get their work done.
Thank you for that feedback. And I know that any decisions or any changes to the commission would require an ordinance that the board would have a first and a second chance at minimum to be able to consider. And so we do also have the space to go on a case-by-case basis depending on the subject matter issue and the makeup of that commission. So thank you for that. I accept your amendment. And
Well, before we continue, we're going to hear from our public comment.
It also appears we have one public commenter on Zoom. If there's anybody else, please raise your hand. Seeing no further hands raised, we will close public comment and call forward Cole Cameron.
I'm Cole Cameron, the past chair of the Veterans Commission. We have Malia McLaughlin as our new chair and Rob Stevenson as our vice chair as of last Thursday's meeting. I'll be continuing as a commissioner until we find approval on our candidates that we've presented. And with that, I want to take a minute to thank a couple of people. In the housing realm, KJ was here earlier, and she's become just an amazing partner with us, and Kate Severin at the VA, and working through the issues with Abode at Tin Kirk. And that's why I spoke earlier about Abode and my concern about services side versus housing that they're good at. We've reconnected with our mental health team through Vicki Alexander and Jen Kang so we can get a public education program together on suicide, and we bring into that social services programs where we have lunches, breakfasts, anything to get a veteran out of isolation, which applies to everyone, not just veterans, which was my whole purpose in coming to the FTOC committee saying, hey, these are my ideas from our commission, but we think we can support and bolster many other commissions. Getting our veterans housed is great, gives them foundation stability. The VA put together a county-by-county brochure that we're putting into a database on food, like 30 or 40. So a vet or anyone, because we're going to collaborate with our VOAD. Wow. So my report has all the details.
Thank you, Cole. Thank you. And it sounds like that resource guide for local food sources could be advantageous for many different folks. So thank you so much for doing that work.
We do still have a public speaker on Zoom.
Oh, we do? Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. I didn't hear that.
That's all right.
Okay.
Malia, we've asked you to unmute. Please go ahead and unmute.
Hi, my name is Malia McLaughlin, and I am the new chair for the Veterans Commission. I just wanted to state that us commissioners are dependent on you, the Board of Supervisors, to fill our open seats. And it's been an ongoing issue, as I heard also in the recent training, that several commissions are losing good candidates because they're not being appointed in a timely manner. So it kind of scares me to hear that you might be wanting to change things now when it's not being fulfilled as it stands. I know that y'all have a lot of draws on your time, and so I was wondering, I know I had read somewhere that they were thinking of making the commission appointees more of a clerk filled opportunity, and I'd love to see that the clerk-driven process be validated. I would like to see that you appoint the new commissioners in conjunction with the feedback from the current commission, because, you know, we have a lot of people that show up and that we know would be good commissioners, so I would like to see those approved. And on that note, I'd like to go ahead and throw my 2 cents in. I'd like to be changed. I'm currently in District, I believe, 5, and I live and work in District 1 and would like to be changed to that, so I'm not sure what the process is there. So I'd like some feedback on that. And with that, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we normally don't respond to public comment, but that is an interesting question. And so I'll pose that to our council or to Curtis. Can you respond to that question?
The question about changing from one district to another.
Yeah.
It's been a while since we've had anything like that come up. I'd have to really consult with my team. I mean, generally speaking, the appointments are board appointments. So if there is interest from the supervisors in making that adjustment, we can work with your team and figure out what the appropriate action might be. But usually that's not something that has typically come up.
Okay. We can talk about it offline as well. Okay. I'll be supportive of the motion on the floor. I do think that we would benefit from some additional time taking a look at how this can be done right and serving our commissioners well. I don't know that I would necessarily be supportive of some changes that connect our boards and commissions with our board presidency. That is not something I'm interested in doing. I think that if it's not broken, don't fix it. We're trying to fix something on our boards and commissions, and I'm happy to continue to look into that and be supportive of any solutions that you all come up with. I think you've come up with augmenting commissions by 5, and not having any evens, or adding one more to whatever evens. Whatever it becomes more efficient and more effective for so that our commissions can actually meet. I'm all for it. And so look forward to our following conversation on the item. All right, let's have Rhonda call roll.
Thank you. By motion of Supervisor Jung, second by Supervisor Abikoga. Supervisor Abikoga?
Aye.
Supervisor Jung?
Yes.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Vice President Arenas?
Yes.
President Lee absent. Motion carries 4-0.
Wonderful. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of our meeting. We adjourn until our next one. Have a great rest of the afternoon.